hey, Pat, thanks for coming. Good morning. Welcome to everyone in the room, everyone online. I hope you can hear me in the back. I'm just going to, first of all, just say, feel free to get up, walk around. There's coffee and refreshments at the front. So just, this is very casual. So please feel free to come and go and just make sure you're comfortable. Use the washroom, all that stuff like that. Thank you for coming. My name's Donald Grisdale. Today I'm wearing the hat of the director of the Center for Clinical Epidemiology and Evaluation. And we're going to do a brief land acknowledgement before. We could try to do the lectern to see if is that better for online? Testing. Okay, we are cooking with gasoline now here. So, okay, Elder Quitchtal, please come up. Thank you very much. I probably won't use this because I don't think it's working, sir.
Oh, we'll stay here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Donald.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
Well, Sam, thank you, Donald. Ooh, it's working. You know, I always appreciate gathering like this, especially early in the morning. I'm a morning person, so I love mornings, and I call it my self-time, time to reflect, honestly watch my YouTube. Before I begin, you know, the blessing is always important, and some cultural interpretation and history, really. And then I'll do the blessing and probably more story. I'm the third generation to be speaking English. My maternal grandfather was first among 10 Squamish men, young boys and young women, to learn French and English from the priests. But he was actually sent by elders of his time when he was 4, during the residential school era, to learn French and English. He already spoke Squamish, Halkomelem, which is the Coast Salish, along with Squamish, many dialects. The first generation I got to live with, a great granny called Lizzie. She was 108 when she passed. We were sent to her room. I'm a middle child of 11, told to keep her company, but we were sent into her room to learn. One of the things she told me was about the elders above her, seeing that there was need to speak a different language, to celebrate another faith. And with consciousness, elders of the day, the 10 let it go. And they were sent with purpose to learn, because the new way to come to share a different faith was on its way. And the story goes like this, the prophecy, if you will. And it's been told in different cultures, indigenous cultures up and down the coast. That time would change in this part of the beautiful world when a floating island came with trees. And in the trees were ghosts. And when it manifested itself were what we now call Broad Inlet, Stanley Park. The floating island was actually the hull of a tall ship. The trees were the masts, and the ghost and the trees were the sailors furling the sails as they entered, coming out of the fog. Right there is Hamilton Village. You might know it as Keplano. You might know it as West Vancouver. Hamilton Squamish people saw that and they got in their canoes. As the tall ship coasted in, please come on in. As a tall ship entered the waters, Squamish got in their canoes, turned eastward, and spread eagle down to welcome the tall ship. This practice is done today in our longhouse for those getting named, ancestral names, for those receiving their new song, their new dance. It is a symbol of high respect, of high honor, that is quietly opening the window for Squamish Coast Salish people. More and more people are seeing this. And I believe that's fine. It is time to open that window more because I have deep concern for young people learning our language, learning our songs, learning our dances. And really they come from the four directions. You know, I speak of ceremony and ways of being, and I invite you to listen to this teaching that comes from the elders I got to see as a boy. In Keplano, there's a longhouse that can comfortably seat about 600 people. One of the highest teachings that we have is when you're asked to even the speaker to do this kind of work, the moment you agree, you meditate, you pray until the moment comes. And the moment for me is here to share with you a little bit of that window and what it's like. The elders told me as a boy that there's a wooden peg outside these doors. And if you have hard feelings for anybody, before you enter, you put those feelings on that door. When you enter, you come with purpose to share your good thoughts, your good feelings for those doing the work. And I understand you're going to spend a better part of the day. And when the work is finished, you're welcome to pick those feelings up on the way out the door and carry them with you again. But while you're here, focus. Latsamat, they say. Latsamat is a word in Squamish for one heart, one mind. I'm grateful and thankful for those elders who talked about that peg outside the door. You see, I spent 27 years as a politician for Squamish. So I know what it's like to get people to work together with limitations that are there, with unlimited limitations that are there from time to time. But that teaching, those beautiful memories from Granny Lizzie, carry me to this day. I share that with you. I share these teachings with you because it's important that that window be open, that heart be open. I'm grateful and thankful. Osiam Tanoia. Hoichuk Hakachanak Chasiam. Hoichuk Chisha Okomeo. Kootin Stomoch and Hot and Swallowing. Tamakwitsi Kutstachum, Kuchtal Kushaman. In the language, I gave thanks to the Creator. All of our ancestors who've gone before us. I gave thanks to Mother Earth. And the last one I'll share in a language is Munt for all of our children and the unborn. In that longhouse, they shared, it may be cliche, but it is very ancient, that we think 7 generations ahead. And what it's going to be like for those grandchildren and the unborn that are coming. What will it be like? I said that to a corporate leader many, many years ago. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with his colleague. It was a corporation I had just met. He turned to his part and he said, "We're going to get our butts kicked, but it's up to you." Last teaching before the song and blessing is the elders say on our sacred floor, plug one ear, have an open heart, have an open mind, but plug one ear and hang on to the things that work for you that I just shared with you. And if it doesn't work for you, let it go. As always, our elders say, you have a choice. And hot, hoichuch, muskrium, skoltmish, a slay-with-tooth, and hot and squallowing. Hot, squallowing in our language means somewhere between happy and sad in your heart. For the speaker, it happened when I had my first child. You see, my parents were gone, and I wished that they could see their grandchild. I was overjoyed, but also sadness was there because they weren't there. Hot squallowing, that's a rough translation. Osiam Tanoya. It's time for the soul guy to wake up. Sequalia Solum. And hot stomo, fellow human beings. Hoicho, tumakwitsikot. Enjoy the rest of your day, and it's okay to clap. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Thank you all. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Elder Dennis. That's great. I think the day is already a success now. So thank you. You've made it easy for us. And thanks. I know he took me aside before we started. I said I was a little bit nervous, and he gave me some secrets to help talk me down off the ledge. So thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. I want to now have a couple more words of welcome. So I'm going to invite Sterling Bryan, who's the Executive Director of VCHRI and one of the sponsors of this event, and also Kathy Greenberg, who's very kindly agreed to welcome us on behalf of the board. And just a quick note, SET is very supportive of this day. Unfortunately, they're stuck doing SET stuff for the day, but they've graciously given us some time with Laura this afternoon so we can take these learnings from the day and go to senior executives. So we're very fortunate to have the endorsement. So I'll just turn it over to Sterling briefly and then to Kathy. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And Ursula, and thank you so much, Elder Dennis, for those very wise words. And I'm the hooks at the door. I'm thinking now, like, we need to make sure that we leave what we need to leave on those hooks. And we have some focus today for what we need to cover. So thank you for those very, very wise words. Welcome, everybody. I'm in the role of Interim Executive Director for Vancouver Coastal Health Research Institute. So I have an interesting relationship with Don because for 3 days of my week, I tell Don what to do. And for 2 days of my week, I'm a member of the center. So Don tells me what to do. So this is a day where I'm just delighted that we've got the opportunity for the leadership that Don has provided for learning health systems and truly try and make some progress within VCH on the journey that we're on in relation to bringing learning and learning health systems to be a reality in the lives that we lead as care providers, in the lives we lead as administrators, in the lives we lead as researchers, so that we can ensure that research that's done here is actually leading to improvement in the delivery of care for patients in Vancouver Coastal Health. So just delighted that we have this opportunity today. Thank you for coming, welcome, and I look forward to being part of this journey and to being part of the conversation this morning. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sterling. That's great. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for inviting me to come say a couple of words in greeting and appreciation. I'm coming representing the VCH Board of Directors and as the chair of the Quality, Safety, and Performance Measurement Committee. We were particularly delighted to see that we were recognized in the main theme of today's symposium with data from the bedside to the boardroom. In our board and in our committee, we've had the opportunity to hear about lots of amazing and very successful improvement projects. But it wasn't really until a couple of years ago when Rob Reed came and spoke to us about learning health systems that we were exposed to an approach that could be used systematically across the whole organization. It also seemed that learning health systems really matched our core values. We care for everyone, and learning health systems centers patients, centers the health of our population and equitable access to care. We strive for better health, and by using the data that we're producing and the research that we're doing to learn and then to apply that learning to improving our quality of care, we see that great advantage of learning health systems. Looking forward today to hearing the presentation and learning how Trillium Healthcare took this approach that we've seen in some of our individual projects, but applied it across the organization and see the great potential for for greater strides forward in our goals by that consistent application. not all organizations have the advantage of having a board that's on board with not just using their governance and insight responsibilities to provide fiscal responsibility, but also for quality and safety. And our board really is on board with that approach. We're here to support the work that's being done. We look forward to working with the senior executive team and with everyone within the organization to see how this learning health system can help us meet our broad goals and also achieve our more specific strategic priorities. So thank you very much. And please come to us. Let us know how we can support and enable the work that you do. Thank you.
That's great. So thanks, Kathy. I think there's a couple things that you said that really resonated with me. And for me, there's a tremendous amount of really good work being done in the Health Authority right now. Today, we're going to see some of these projects. But the question is, how do we then take that great work and expand it and sustain it so that we're able to then make sure that we've got an equitable system for everybody? I think that's the purpose for the day. So thank you very much. I'm going to, I think, move on then for the sake of this. And I'm very excited for us to have Laura here with us today. So Dr. Desveaux is the director of the Learning Health Systems Leadership Center for the Institute of Better Health at Trillium Health Partners in Ontario. And I think she's widely recognized as being an expert in leadership of learning health systems. And it's beyond just theories, but it's about how do you actually take these learnings and apply them and make them applicable to your system. So I think Laura's going to, we're using this framing as what is possible with learning health systems today. And then we'll transition to some of the work that we're doing and then try to have a conversation with how do we then further enable this work. So it's really with great pleasure. We're very fortunate to have Laura. So I'm going to welcome up here for her plenary. So thanks you.
Perfect.
We're good. I did not look at your slides, I promise. I promise.
Surprise remains intact. And
Surprise
just,
intact.
is this a slide advancer or should I just use old-fashioned arrows? Oh, no, I'll use the arrows.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out as we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I live and work on the Treaty Lands and Territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation in the Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat. And I'm very excited to join you in BC and to learn from and with you. Elder Dennis, thank you for setting the stage for today. A couple of things like others, I'm just going to pull through. If you haven't already, I would encourage you to think about what you would like to leave at the door, not just in terms of emotions or feelings, but things you might believe or things that you might assume or think are true, and be open to what we reflect on, co-create, and experience together. I'm going to bring you, much like Health Systems Love, numbers and data. I'm going to bring you stories from the work that we've been doing at Trillium Health Partners. And then I'm going to create a couple of experiences for you and see where that brings us. My goal today with you is fairly simple. I want to show you why in healthcare, even though we work incredibly hard, we often don't get the performance or outcomes that we expect. More importantly, I want to show you what shifts when we view the work differently. To anchor us, this is not about working harder. This is not about doing more. I suspect if I asked how many people in this room are exhausted or wish they had a week's vacation, we would see most of the hands go up. This is about understanding where and how to direct our efforts so that we have greater impact. And as a behavioral scientist, it is largely going to focus on people. So we're going to start with an ask. You are all going to get 60 seconds. your job is to work with what you see on the screen to find the numbers from 1 to 60 in consecutive order. I've already made a few enemies in the audience. Some of you have already started with the task. That's totally fine. It is very indicative of what happens every day in healthcare. Your time starts now. Some of you are helping each other. I love it. I might call it cheating. Just kidding. This is the whisperiest group I've ever had doing this exercise. You're halfway through. Not sure if they're nervous giggles or not. Okay, you've got 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Did anyone get to 60? It's a very common reaction. Maya, are you able to see online? If for those joining us online, feel free to respond to the questions in the chat and we'll voice those in the room. Did anyone get to 50? One person got to 50. Anyone 40? 30? 1, okay. 20 or higher, okay. Between 10 and 20. Most people online were around the 20 mark.
20, 13.
Awesome. How did you feel when I asked you to do that? Did anyone like me more? Was anyone nervous? Their heart rate went up a little bit, a couple hands. You all locked right in, which is very common in healthcare. Also, something I just need to point out is I have done this exercise many times. I have never seen the collaboration and support that I just saw in this room. So kudos to you. I have never seen people sharing with other people. It's right here. This is where it is. Just don't need to do anything with that, but I just think it's an important observation to reflect back. At some point, I'm going to do this and people are going to be like, clip art, word, what? Where did these numbers come from? Our brain likes to make sense of things. You didn't like this. Like looking at it, you're like, wait, different numbers, different sizes, different colors, different orientations. So it was hard to see this challenge in a clean and coherent way. But what if I gave you an organizing framework? And on top of that organizing framework, what if I gave you some insight into where to direct your effort and how to navigate that organizing framework? You're going to move from left to right and top to bottom. Let's try again. You have 60 seconds. I have more friends now. I can feel it. You can yell bingo when you get to 60. A couple people have got there. You still have 15 seconds left. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whose performance improved? Okay, I'm gonna assume online. 4 bingos. 4 bingos, I love it. No one ever takes me up on the bingo, mostly when they're in the room. How did you feel the second time?
Yeah. There was a direction, so I followed instructions.
Yeah, has your performance ever improved that fast before? So what I just want to anchor us in as we get started is the people didn't change. Your capability did not change. The task did not change, but the way you saw the work did. And it was a different experience, and you were able to perform better. And many of you were helping others perform better along the way. So I just want you to hold that potential through the whole day, but most certainly through this part of the conversation. So I'll do a little bit of re-anchoring us in the learning health system framework, a little bit of it with sort of my flavor. But the learning health system is an operating framework. It helps leaders and the health workforce decide where effort belongs, when they should act, and what it looks like to act directed towards impact so that systems can evolve without asking for more. We're not getting more resource. We're not going to magically expand the number of people that are available, the capacities we have in the way that we would hope to. So what we all get to take up is how we work together to better understand where to direct the effort and how to direct the effort so that we can achieve better outcomes. So this is, for those that like knowing where the references come from, you'll see them on the bottom of the slides throughout. This is a social network map, a systems dynamic map, sorry, of the challenges that face healthcare leaders today. I would imagine for many of you, aside from the fact that if you're older like me, it is hard to read, my apologies, that your eyes are bouncing all over the place. You don't know where to start or where to go. What I have highlighted for you is just in blue, some of the key problems or challenges that I hear health leaders talking about the most that they need to tackle. There is population growth. We do not have enough hospital capacity. Trillium is constantly over capacity in terms of available beds. We worry about the quality of hospital care activities. We worry about how we're performing as a hospital. Health system, organization, team in relation to our peers. We worry about social care capacity and the demand for social care. We worry about unmet needs for hospital or social care. This isn't about complexity. It's about what happens when effort is spread everywhere, so we can't see things clearly, because everything on here feels important and necessary. So this may be familiar. It is a sort of condensed version of the Learning Health System Action Framework. And I really just want to draw your attention to the fuels and accelerants at the top. If you look at the 10 fuels and accelerants that are listed there, 7 of them are people. Leadership, community partners, Indigenous and equity deserving groups, the health workforce, scientific expertise, learning networks, which are made of people. Again, I just want you to hold that. We have spent a lot of time, and as you'll see with the sort of gears and some of the other elements, thinking about the technical or infrastructure elements of a learning health system. But if there's one thing that you can pick up from today's conversation and choose to take with you out the door, it is how important the relational aspect of learning health systems is in order to bring it to life and scale. So when we think about this operating framework, we can reduce it to 3 questions that we may ask ourselves around where, when, and what. The first being, are we working on the right problem? So if you think back to that complexity map that I showed you, of all of the things that we could be addressing, understanding, directing our attention towards, how do we know we're working on the right one? The second is, are we acting at the right moment? Is now the time, or is there something about our operating context with the resources available to us or the partners we have around the table that tells us this is the right time for us to address this problem? And the last is, are we doing the right type of work? And this is one area where the Learning Health System Action Framework has really tried to articulate the types of work that allow us to concentrate our efforts rather than silo them. Even when one of these 3 elements is off, effort multiplies very quickly. If we're solving the wrong problem, if we're solving the right problem at the wrong time, if we're not doing the right type of work or co-designing with communities, then we're just going to be in a position to solve the problem again. I always say that healthcare never has the time to solve the problem well the first time, but we have the time to confront it again and again and again. So again, even one of these three questions is misaligned, it's going to create more effort for people, either in replication, either in suboptimal outcomes or not achieving what we hope to achieve, or worse. So this is the gears of that learning health system action framework. And three things to point out here, just to make sure that we're all sort of standing on the same foundation. There's five functional gears: analytics and population insight, evidence synthesis, patient, caregiver, and provider co-design, implementation, and evaluation, feedback, and adaptation. Really should have synthesized it into fewer words. So those are the functional gears. Those are the type of work that we would be doing. You'll also see that in the sort of smaller gears that are probably harder to read from across the room, one of the key attributes of a learning health system approach is it doesn't live within one organization or sector. So it is acute care, home care, social care, community organizations. It is a truly interconnected system around health, not just healthcare. And then the last thing to anchor you to is the quintuple aim on the right of the slide for you. That is, when these gears are moving in sync, that we aim to drive equity as an upstream driver to health system affordability, better population health, better patient experience, and better provider experience. Any questions on that before we drive forward for the rest of the conversation? And if at any time something is unclear, feel free to just shoot up your hand. If you're like, oh gosh, I need more coffee, also feel free to go do that. So here's the plain language I would reduce those gears down into when we think about that theme of understanding where and how to direct effort so that we create impact. Population health analytics, which is not just about numbers, but about the stories and what we learn from the people and populations we serve. Stop guessing. That gear is all about gathering the stories, the data that tell us what is happening and helps us understand the people and patients we serve. Evidence synthesis is about stop reinventing. Surely by this point, someone has faced something very similar, tried to address this problem before. So what can we learn about what has worked or what hasn't worked, and where and how that's relevant to our context? For patient, provider, and caregiver co-design, stop assuming. Stop assuming we know what works. Stop assuming that because it has worked elsewhere, it will work here, and engage people. And I'm explaining this in a linear way. Ideally, you would be engaging them in understanding the data and insights and all the way through. That's why that gear is at the center. But stop assuming that we know. Stop assuming we have the right expertise in the room, and distribute the effort and energy of figuring out what better looks like together. At the bottom, for implementation, stop hoping. Stop hoping that once this goes live and we implement it, that it's just going to take care of itself. There's a whole field of science and a wealth of lived experience that helps us understand how to make something that is new part of routine day-to-day care, and then start learning. That evaluation and adaptation gear acknowledges that no one can get it right the first time, the second time, or the third time. So how do we stop feeling like we have to know and start embracing that what we are great at is learning and evolving as we go? That mindset shift changes what success looks like and informs the way that those 5 gears can turn together to create a flywheel effect to actually drive the outcomes that we're looking for. So no matter your role or function, we're talking about using data to see clearly and act deliberately. But when we are talking about data, again, it is population health data, it is stories, it is qualitative insights, it's data sort of comprehensively defined. When you are bringing to life that analytics gear, the questions you are asking, no matter your role, are things like, well, what are the system gaps? Do we know what's driving them? Where are the inequities? At this point, I think we can all agree that it's not do they exist, but rather do we understand where they are? What priorities are we addressing? Whose priorities are they? Or what problems are we solving? Again, I won't read through all of the questions, but this slide is rather just mapping out if you were in a conversation with your teams or in a one-on-one conversation with a colleague, these are the questions you could be asking that would be bringing those gears to life. So often when we think about learning health systems, or at least when I get to speak to people about it, it's about the projects or the big things we're doing and how we want them to scale. It starts with behavioral building blocks. It starts with people who embrace that mindset of we need to figure out where to direct our effort. The people that are drawing the lines on that number activity and asking these questions so that we understand what direction we need to go. When those 5 gears come together, effort compounds. More happens because of the momentum that happens when all 5 gears turn. When it's disconnected or one of those gears isn't turning, effort fragments. It becomes harder to turn the population health analytics or implementation gear if we actually haven't co-designed with the people that this new solution is for, or those that we're going to ask to deliver it. So let me walk you through a few examples. This is Trillium Health Partners catchment area. I'm not expecting it to really make sense to anyone, but if I came up to you and said, okay, we have really poor access numbers and inequity in our population. I'm hiring you as the new VP of Health System Performance. Fix it. This feels a lot like all of those numbers on a slide where there is no way to see it systematically. I mean, it probably feels way nicer because it's just 2 colors. What would it look like to see clearly so you could understand variation? Again, this can look a lot of different ways. I'm just bringing examples of how we have approached this locally because of the data that is available to us instead of reinventing the wheel. So what you'll see here is that same catchment area broken down by postal code. So it helps us see the variation or the people within the population, or rather the communities within the population in this view. And then what we can ask is a couple different things. What this image shows you is saying, well, of the communities that we serve, which ones are most marginalized? Which ones do we already know, irrespective of the services we offer, that they need more time and attention, experience more barriers, and their health is statistically likely to be worse? So if you can see sort of the red outlined areas, that's one way you could start going about this exercise, is saying, how do we understand the variation that exists within this population we serve? Now, all of a sudden, if you're the VP and it's your job to improve access and performance, instead of having no plan, what might you be able to do? You now know which communities you may want to visit to understand. You may be able to now specifically ask, because equity is a priority, well, in those 5 areas, what do we know about how often we see people in the hospital from those areas? Do we see them in outpatient clinics? Do we see them in the emergency department? How is access for those 5 regions or areas different than the rest? And what I suspect this group knows is that when you are co-designing with and solutioning for the margins, that often helps improve the system for everybody, rather than who's already walking through our door that we already have access to. So this is a way to start to see the nuance and variation, reduce that complexity down, and avoid defaulting to average solutions for one whole area. So once we did this, we said, okay, we know who's coming into our doors or accessing our services from these populations. We don't actually know anything about how they experience care here. So we can go out and learn from these communities, but we have people coming through our doors every day that we can also learn from. So another example, I think many of you were here last year and got to meet Dr. Carrie Koleski, and she has spent years developing relationships with people both within THP and within the community to help us advance both the science of patient experience and its application in THP. So what you'll see here is, as we started to think about better understanding our population and nuance, we only had 3,300 patient experience surveys. We didn't know who those patients were, where they came from, how that mapped to that population segmentation graph I just showed you. So what Carrie and her team did is partnered with patients, families, caregivers to redesign not only what our patient experience survey was asking so that it would be more actionable, but how we captured that data. You know, a lot of the patients in those 5 communities that you just saw may not have an email address or may not use email. So if we're sending out electronic surveys, that might not help. So how do we create different mechanisms to capture this data? Once they launched that new patient experience survey, responses went up to over 24,000. And all of a sudden, we could understand the demographics of who we were hearing from. We understood what service they interacted with. If they chose to indicate that, there's always an option to sort of anonymously provide your feedback without any demographics or other potential identifiers. And that number continues to climb. Now take that same approach to understanding a catchment area to understanding patient experience. This is the whole hospital system. So what if you could now take that data you already have and package it by service area, department, and say to the ED, here's your data, because your context and how people are feeling, what they're going through, what they need from the health system is different when they walk through the emerge than it may be if they're going to an outpatient clinic. So again, I won't read all the numbers off this slide, but it's just to show you how when we have data and we use it in our senior executive team meetings about what's happening in the organization, when you are thoughtful in the design, or when you just look at that data with curiosity, you're able to then feed it back to these clinical teams who get to interact with their own patient experience data. What's happened? Who's giving us feedback? How does that line up with who we see? Who are we not hearing from? What do we learn? So here's what we learn. The emotional support effect, which I think will not surprise many of you in this room. And so what we learned from this data that was uniform across departments is that empathy is not a soft skill. It drives performance. So let me orient you to what you're seeing. Obviously, you see the 3 different areas of the hospital here: emergency department, inpatients, and outpatient adults. The question you see on the bottom of this slide, did you get help with any anxieties, fears, or worries you had during this hospital stay? What you see on the graph is the answer to that single question. So never, I sometimes did, I usually did, or I always did. Okay, so that graph is telling you that response to that single question. The number you see on the top is when someone answered never to that question in the emergency department, their average patient experience score overall was 3.1. I don't know about everybody else's team or department. Our goal at Trillium Health Partners is a 9. So all of a sudden, when we looked at this, what we realized is the difference between someone answering never to that question and someone answering always wasn't marginal. It was transformational. That one question helps us understand what drives our target patient experience. So Carrie and her team called this the emotional support effect and the importance of empathy. Again, that one question, and I don't remember how many questions are on the patient experience survey, but this one question helped us understand the difference between the target we were going for or missing that target. So what did emotional support actually mean when we asked people what they wanted? This isn't intended to be comprehensive for all people, but really just to bring to life, like explain things to me clearly. Make sure I'm okay. Learn about me as a person. Tell me what's going to happen next. Ask me what I need to feel safe. These are all things that no matter who you are, you could be a porter in a hospital system, you could be the administrative receptionist at a community social care organization or health organization. I suspect if you all look at these things are things you could do now. They are within every single person's control. And what this reminds me of, I think about, I don't know if anyone else watched the Artemis 2 launch a month ago. I'm losing track of time. And NASA is a really great example of if you walk into NASA and you ask somebody who's part of the environmental services team and cleaning the floor what they do, they'll tell you they put people on the moon. Similarly, if you go into St. Jude's Hospital and you ask them, someone who's, you know, delivering meals, what they do, they'll say they cure cancer. This is something that is everybody's job and everyone can do, that makes a transformational difference in how we deliver on patient experience. And I'll spoil my own rest of the talk because it's not the only thing it's transformational for. So empathy is not a soft skill. It's a performance driver. When there's poor emotional support, there's more calls, more confusion, more rework. Patients have worse outcomes. There's more administrative work. It's more work for everybody. But when there is clear communication and when we take a moment to say, are you okay? What is it that makes you feel safe? That's when we have fewer escalations, smoother flow, and better outcomes for everybody. And this was, again, at scale borne out in our data. I will try to, I know we were a little bit over, I'll try to speed up to get us to the panel. So then how do we create systems where people can see things differently and act on it? So if we go back to that numbers exercise, how do we all create those lines and give people clarity on how to navigate that challenge or the task in front of them? There's three main things. There's the way that leaders behave. There's the way that we create supportive learning environments, and there's the learning processes and practices that bring those environments to life. So this is work that I don't actually know if the paper's been accepted, I'm not sure if it's published, but the leadership behaviors that enable or stall learning. And much like when I showed you that 7 out of the 10 elements of the Learning Health System Action Framework had to do with people, I just want you to look at the relational dynamics. And so what we saw, again, within Trillium Health Partners, we spoke to a bunch of different departments and different people and said, what drives learning? How well does it happen? How well does it not? So we're still on our journey as well. We found sort of one of two things. There were either inertial loops, so like we just spin our wheels, doesn't really happen here. Things are overly standardized. We don't trust our leaders. There's no psychological safety to talk about what's working or what's not. In the positive flip side of that, we saw learning catalysts where people would be transparent about what we know or what we don't know yet. And when we need to act on imperfect data and when we have the opportunity to pause and learn more, when they give people autonomy to figure that out, you know, we don't know everything about the patients we serve yet, but like, please ask, see what you can gather, bring it back to the team. Let's discuss that. When there is collective leadership, it's everybody's job to advance what we're pursuing, whether it's putting someone on the moon, transforming care, what have you. And then those relational dynamics fed into the way we do our work. So again, when we are all thinking about where and how to apply effort to create impact, focus on people before process. The process can be really great, it can be really clearly articulated, but if we don't have the relational dynamics to bring that to life, then there won't be collective learning. So when we think about having data available, most systems or processes fail because we make it really hard to act. Data is hard to interpret. In organizations, we often choose the data we have because it is what is either given to us as a target by the system, or it's because what matters most to the executive team, or because the board is asking for it. Sometimes it's really hard to interpret when you don't choose the data that you're accountable for. There's also not often enough space to process that together. You'll get the email or the dashboard about what the data says, and there's this implicit assumption that everyone knows what it means and where we need to go. But if you stop and have a conversation and say, what's everyone taking away from this data? Just watch what you learn in 5 minutes from asking people in the room and how different people are absorbing that data. Also watch who it's maybe not making sense for, and you've now just created an opportunity to enroll them in that process. It's also tailored for the system, not for the front line. We'll give the front line the same metrics and data that we have at the executive table or the benchmarks that the system has set, that is not their day-to-day. It doesn't mean there is not a connector. One of the things I always say to people is, if we say that this metric doesn't mean anything to us and we need a different one, I would encourage us to say, no, we just need to find out how it connects to what matters at the front line. There is a through line. I've never not seen a through line, so someone can happily prove me wrong. So when we have system data, so let's talk, like you're talking about capacity or flow that matters to the system. What does that mean for the emergency department? What does that mean for cardiology? What does that mean for the community organizations that you partner with? Why should they care about flow? So understanding the people and the partners that you're working with, what matters to them, why they show up and do the work that they do, and what they're motivated to improve, allows you to either take the same metrics and operationalize them in a different way, or introduce metrics that create autonomy and actionability at the front line and have it clearly connected. And one of the things we need to do as we operationalize these processes and connect from boardroom to bedside is reduce friction. And so it's not just empathy that drives performance for patient experience. It's actually empathy that drives performance in hierarchical systems like healthcare. So what this study did in 2011, and I just tried to distill down their very technical term of power distance. Power distance is a measure of the degree to which people in an organization expect and agree that power should be concentrated at higher levels of the organization. It would be really interesting to redo this now. I recognize it was a 2011 paper, but the more hierarchical you are, the more empathy matters. I believe the takeaway would still be resonant now, that the more hierarchy your organization has, the more you need to connect with your people. When you do connect with your people and there is empathy in the organization, your performance is better. And when you don't, it undermines your outcomes. This is across industries. What's interesting is this was done in 2011. In 2003, I think was the conversation. I had the privilege of being in a room with 270 leaders. This was, I don't even know if it's fair to say we were coming out of the pandemic, but it was that sort of transitional time where there was sort of hope that we might be able to evolve to the next chapter. And we did an exercise that was like a past, present, future choreography. I asked the room, this was really just about giving them a break. I said, this isn't about knowing, this is just about connecting to your experiences. What do we want for the future? So I asked them, when have you seen leadership at its best? Healthcare, non-healthcare, doesn't matter. When have you seen it at its best? Just think about something you've experienced. So I got them to tell each other stories. They were in groups of 2 or 3. Then I said, from that place, from those stories you just told one another, what do you value most about your own leadership? And then they continued to reflect from that storytelling place. And then the last part of that exercise was, what are your hopes for the future of healthcare leadership? And the 3 values that, what shocks me for anyone that does any type of qualitative research, when you have 270 people in a room and there is strong coherence around keywords or themes, I was like, if I wasn't in the room, I almost wouldn't have believed it. These were the 3 key themes or values that came out of that conversation. Impact, everyone was in that room because they wanted things to be better. Integrity, they felt a strong accountability for what it was that they were there to deliver. But what I want to bring your attention to is connection. What mattered to them and what they saw as strong leadership is connecting, being vulnerable. During the pandemic, they said they saw a lot of it, people saying, we're not sure, we'll figure it out together. A lot of compassion, a lot of approachability. And that when individuals, in this case it was leaders, but when individuals show up in that way, it creates strong relationships, credibility, empathy for one another, and that's what drives an environment where people can be at their best. So while that 2011 study may come up with different results in 2026, in 2023, the importance of empathy for driving performance was just part of the lived experience of this group of 270 leaders. We didn't set the stage with any evidence. We didn't prime them with any stories or objectives. We just said, just take a minute. Let's tell each other some stories and connect to leadership at its best. So this is just, I'll skip past this one. This is just some of the things we can do to bring that learning health system approach to life. We talked about using data to drive decision-making, asking questions, understanding patients at scale, quickly adjusting your process, understanding your team, your patients, the people you work with, and tailoring data for the front line. So here's what's ahead. This is where, 2 or 3 years, this is where the science of learning health system leadership is at, and sort of what we are actively thinking through at Trillium, among other things. There's 3 things when we think about our people that are going to matter deeply. Agency. People need to feel confident that they can work within their roles to do things differently and figure it out. They need to have a paradox mindset, an integrative mindset. The Indigenous communities that I work with call this two-eyed seeing, that it is not one or the other, you hold both. Often in healthcare, we talk about the tensions we need to experience, and we choose one at the expense of the other. What is going to be required moving forward is holding both. And then our personal effectiveness. So I'll just tell you a little bit about that as we wrap. Agency at work, we did some work with our leaders at Trillium Health Partners as we were embarking on this new learning health system journey. It didn't really feel new to the scientists at the time, but felt new within the organization. And we saw 2 different things. We saw people who thought this is just going to be giving more of what we have now to our community, like scale what we already have, versus it being a fundamentally new way of working. All I want you to take away from this is that working in new ways requires us to all think differently about where and how to allocate effort and what it means to work together. This is a quote from that same study from a hospital executive that says, we've got a lot of the infrastructure that a learning health system needs to tap into in order to affect change in a meaningful way. I get the sense from the conversations I've had the same is true here. So this executive was there. They're bought into the idea. But in a one-on-one conversation, they don't actually know the tangible steps they need to take to partner differently, to do more of what they're doing, or set this as a direction for the rest of the organization. They don't know how to navigate that. And they're not actually sure that anyone knows how to do it. What I want you to take away from this is the reality of working in new ways to produce impact. We've got the infrastructure. We've built it. We've built it at Trillium. You've built it here. But we haven't reduced the effort required to use it. So as an example, one of the things that we saw that may resonate here, it's where we have data in one place. We're saying we're going to use data to drive better performance. And then you speak to the front line and they say, well, we don't have the data we need. Or you say, the front line says, we have a really clear understanding of who we serve and what they need. And administrators or executives say, like, we don't know them the same way you do. So in different places, there's pockets of insight that aren't scaling across the organization. And when we think about those new ways of working, I suspect you'll see yourselves in some of these things, the tensions that we typically label. We say, well, is it efficiency or quality that we're driving for? Are we going to be centralized or distributed? Are we caring for a whole population or are we tailoring to individual patients? These aren't things that we can choose at the expense of one another. These aren't tensions, they're paradoxes. They seem opposed when you look at them, but they're actually interdependent. And where we need to get to as a system, I'd encourage you all in the next meeting you're in to see where you see people defaulting to picking one or the other, and what might happen when we can pull the group back and say, we can't choose efficiency at the expense of quality. What does it look like for us to hold both? The last thing I want to leave you with is personal effectiveness. There's also a paradoxical reality of what it means to lead or work in healthcare. We need to have a plan. We need to communicate that plan, but we also need to be flexible. We need to be confident in the direction we need to go, but we also need to be humble. We need to set the direction, but we also need to serve the needs of the workforce and the population we serve. We need to meet the expectations of what it means to be professional or be a leader, but we also need to be authentic. I see some nods in the room. That's a really hard place to live. So what I hope you can take from this is empathy for yourselves and one another. This is why personal effectiveness matters, because leaders are being asked to navigate a context right now. The whole workforce is being asked to navigate a context where there's no map for the terrain. No one is coming to save us or give us more. And so we need to figure out what to do about it. I'll skip through this because unless anyone else is really excited about leadership science, it'll just be me. So what does the literature say? We have a clarity problem in the evidence for leadership literature. We went to do a review because we get asked a lot of the time, can we get a recipe card for what it looks like to be a leader in the current context? So we said, sure, let's start with a synthesis. I think that's what every good scientist often defaults to. So great, 38 included studies, that seems manageable. 776 competencies. This is almost when I left for a new career. So we reduced that down. We removed duplicates, near duplicates. As a team said, where can we make this more manageable? The 296. Through the work of some very generous and committed team members, we got that down to 33 competencies. What we did then is a concept mapping process. So a bottom up, how would people organize these 33 competencies? And this is what they came up with. Personal effectiveness, relational effectiveness, social accountability and system navigation. So again, if we take those first three, it's knowing yourself, it's relating well to others, it is connecting with and being accountable for the society and the system that you serve. Then there's execution, getting things done, operation and strategy management, and risk mitigation. But when we asked people what was the most important, it was connection and personal effectiveness. These are again, sort of that empathy, that connection, that people focus are the high leverage behaviors that allow us to do our job well. They're foundational rather than technical, but we talk about the data, we talk about all of these other things. I think we all believe the people are important, but we're now at a place where the data and the evidence is telling us that we need to pay attention to our ability to connect with one another more so than we have before. The highest leverage behaviors aren't heroic. We can do them every day. They're repeatable. This should be a good news story. So when we think of this now, how do you feel? Who's already finding numbers? Okay, one of the things we need to build in ourselves is the ability to be confronted with that complexity, learn how to navigate it, and then the next time we step in front of it, make it easier for others to navigate. So when you first saw this slide, I could have been like, on a scale of 0 to 10, how anxious do you feel right now? But when you build the muscle of seeing things differently, understanding where and how to direct your effort, really glad you didn't fall. It feels different. That energetic reserve is what allows you to perform better and focus effectively. So what I hope for all of you is that by engaging with a learning health system approach, looking at this similarly doesn't give you as much anxiety, or you are able to identify what part of this system dynamic you are able to address effectively, where you need to partner with, who's addressing the other nodes, so that instead of us all trying to do everything, we can direct our efforts in a coordinated way to create impact. This map is still complex. The learning health system doesn't make the complexity disappear. It gives you a way to navigate it and see where and how to direct your effort without needing to do everything all at once. Seeing clearly isn't about having more data. It's about knowing what question the data is helping you answer. So one of the things I'd love for you to reflect on in your roles or in your teams is, does the data that you have help you make sense of the complexity? Does it help you see the variation within a population? Is it connecting you with patients and populations? And your workforce, does it tell you something about the experiences of people? Because in every domain we talked about, empathy was a core driver for patient experience. It's a core driver for team organizational system performance. And it's a core driver for leadership. And where do you need to see more clearly before acting? Where can you have the courage to say, hold on, I think we need to understand a little bit better here. Or I don't think we're asking the right question. Back to that slide earlier where I had the 3 questions. What problem are we trying to solve? Is now the right moment for us to address that problem? And are we doing the right type of work to address it? If you leave here and feel like you need to do more, then I've failed. But if you leave here and do less, but do it deliberately, then the system will improve. That's the end of this segment since we have a few. If you are interested in keeping the conversation going, the Learning Health System Leadership Center has a free community of practice for leaders where these are the types of conversations we have. We talk about the evidence, would love to have you join us, but it really is about getting back to building connections, focusing on people, talking about the things that we don't often talk about because we're so busy executing that we under-index on that relational dynamic. Thank you so much for your time and attention and looking forward to the rest of the day. I don't want to break that, so I'm going to leave it right there.
Okay, we have a ton of time baked into the rest of the day for questions before an interaction. I think probably almost 2 hours. So we'll forego questions right now. I'm going to encourage you, if you need to step out and use the washroom or go get some more coffee, the coffee break is baked in a little bit later in the day on purpose with intention because we're doing this exercise. But if you need to go get something right now, please feel free to step up and stretch your legs. Okay. Okay, we're only going to take about 1 minute, team, so stretch your legs quickly. What's that? Okay, everybody, I'm going to ask that you take your seat. Feel free to get up and get coffee, but otherwise we're going to keep moving on here. So okay, everyone, can I ask that you take your seats, please? Can you guys hear me? Okay, everyone, can you take your seats, please? That'd be great. Okay, Andres, do you mind? Andres, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. That was great, Laura, thank you. Now we're going to transition to some of the great work that's being done right now in the health authority. And I think we've said there's lots of really great work being done. And we also have lots of people in the room and online that represent very different perspectives, whether it be frontline clinicians, administrators, operation people, patient experience, scientists. So as we go through these examples, I want you to start thinking about what are some of the enabling things that we can do from our perspective in order to continue this work. So I'm going to start by bringing up Stephanie. I think I saw Stephanie Chaltier-Plante. Stephanie, welcome. And I'll get her to do a more formal introduction about herself when she comes up, but she's going to start us off here. So Stephanie, I'll just get your slides up. Okay, so just use this and you're ready to go. Okay, thanks very much.
And I use this to move. Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Chaltier-Plante. I'm one of the liver transplant surgeons that works here at VGH, and I have a particular interest in quality improvement. And I'm very thankful to be able to present the work of the COSLIT team about patient-reported outcome and the liver transplant integrated practice unit. We have no conflicts of interest reported by any member of the team, and we're able to complete this study with the partnership with the C2E2 Center and Dr. Grisdale's team. This is a project team, and this composed of member of the transplant team, member of the C2E2, and patient partners, 3 patients partners. Coming back to Dr. Desveaux' question, so what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Well, liver transplant is a bit a particular surgery, and it's something very relatively new in the realm of medicine. And unlike other surgery, where you're expected to survive, the mortality rate after liver transplant when it was started was above 30%. So most of the outcome and the work that was focused on outcomes was about patient and graft survivals. But now that those outcomes are better and the survival rate is above 90% at 1 year and above 75% at 5 years, there's a shift of what other outcomes are important in liver transplant. Unfortunately, most of those outcomes are still dictated by the clinical team. As you can see here, this is a very recent paper published by a team in the US that looks at important outcome after liver transplant in an effort to try to standardize outcomes across research. And those outcomes are mostly clinical. At VGH, we've been fortunate because we've started some work about wondering what is important to our patient actually. Is it the same that are important for us as a transplant surgeon? Back in 2021, we did a patient experience survey at VGH. 11 transplant recipients were asked about their experience. They rate their average experience about 8.9 out of 10. And the first artwork down there represents what was their long-term goal for their own health. They were mostly hoping to be able to go back to work, travel, stay healthy, have an active lifestyle, maintain the diet, and return to normal. A lot of team has emerged from that questionnaire about what was important for patients in their journey. And that's what you see on the left side of the slide. So they mentioned family involvement, being caring and compassionate staff, communication, gratitude, and food and diet. But they also mentioned some of the things that made their experience more difficult. Notably, they talk about the pre-transplant clinic when there is a lot of uncertainty about the long wait and the unknown of the wait, when are they going to get an organ, and also uncertainty about medication and complication. So basically, the main gap that has to be addressed is, yes, we know that some outcomes are important to patient, but exactly which outcome are important to patient who will receive a liver transplant and which outcome are important to their caregiver has very limited data. And most of the study use generic measure rather than a liver transplant specific measure. So partnership with the C2E2 allow us to look into what outcomes are important for patients and recipients. So how did we get data and what kind of data did we have access to? So in terms of methodology, we assembled a team and we asked for 2 patients and 1 caregiver that would be patient partner in there. They made sure that they were able to provide feedback on the study aim, being able to make sure that the research design, the question, and the material was all understandable for the patient and their caregiver and relevant to them as well. After that, we conduct an in-depth interview with 15 transplant recipients, 5 caregivers, and 10 members of the allied healthcare professional team. So not surgeon, but the social worker, the psychologist, the pre-clinic, the post-clinic coordinator, the dietitian, the physiotherapist that works with the patient on the day-to-day. We ask everybody about the symptoms, their diagnosis, the expectation, the wait list, the recovery process, the caregiving responsibility, and the outcome. And then we did thematic analysis of the interview transcript to identify which outcome was important to each group of stakeholders. This is basically the result. We found 61 outcomes that were separated into 5 categories. The 5 categories were survivals, return to health and normalcy, patient experience, health changes, and compliance and responsibility. We also identified 12 processes, such as family support and indication for transplant, that were often mentioned by patients and their caregivers. We asked the participant to be able to rank the outcome at the end of each interview to see what was really important for them. And you can see that across the 3 groups, the patient, the caregiver, and the healthcare professional, the first 2 outcomes were the same, meaning they talked about regaining health was one of the most important outcomes and return to normal activities. The other outcome that make the top 5 were the gain in life expectancy versus the mortality for caregiver. And we think that that kind of dichotomy in how we talk about survival was very interesting, about gain in life expectancy versus the mortality that is strategically used by a healthcare professional. I also talk about different symptoms that had a large impact on patients, such as the cognitive symptoms regression when patients are encephalopathic before the transplant, and hope that will improve post-transplant. The healthcare professional mentioned a lot about substance use and adherence and abstinence from substance use and medication adherence and compliance. We also look at what outcome was mentioned the most by the patient, the caregiver, and the healthcare professional. You can see that the outcome in blues were also listed at the top 5 outcome for the categories. The outcome in italics are not really outcome, but are those processes that were mentioned by the patient, their caregiver, and the healthcare professional. Those processes are mostly related to support, family, friend support, resource support, caregiver support. So what are we doing with this now? And what can we do differently to improve our transplant journey for the patient? So a lot of the people that were interviewed were keen to provide some recommendation that would help future transplant recipients. They requested mainly to be able to have access to a glossary of medical terms that would be more understandable for patients and caregivers. They also talk about logistic and support, having some help or having somewhere where they can refer to about tax assistance, financial benefits, accommodation, and caregiving responsibility, as patients are coming from all over the province. They also talk about improving post-transplant and pre-transplant psychological support for the patient and their caregiver, and also have an advocacy program for caregiver, as they thought that the role of caregiver was not well defined, and some people have a very hard time to get into that role. And what are we doing next with this? Well, the first step is we presented those findings to the whole transplant team, and we, with the C2E2, they hire a co-op students for the summer, specialized in library science, and they will help doing that glossary and help doing that kind of paper or booklets about some of the things that the patient and caregiver have recommended, notably information about accommodation, tax and benefits, medical glossary, caregiving responsibility, finding a family doctor, hospital packing checklist, and that will be done in collaboration with the transplant team, especially the social worker, the nurse coordinator, and look at existing resources that are available for transplant patients. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got, if anyone's got any questions for Stephanie, maybe I'll bring Rizwan up just to get ready. But does anyone have any questions for Stephanie? That was great. Maybe my online. Okay, congrats, thanks. You're dismissed. I don't ever get to say that to a surgeon, so that's great. You happy? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Rizwan.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Rizwan Damji. I'm the Executive Director for Long-Term Care, Assisted Living and Supported Housing for Vancouver Coastal Health. I work within the regional programs under Yasmin Jetha, and the project that I'm speaking to you about is small care homes. This is an example of how we're using learning systems in the long-term care sector. And also want to emphasize that Jillian Kratzer and Tenzin Yankee are members of the team who I'm working with regards to this project. There are a number of people that were involved in this, but these are the ones that have helped put this together. So the current state, what is our problem? If you look at our long-term care capacity and system flow, and if you're looking at it for 5 years, you can see that on average, we had about 50 or so patients waiting to access care in 21-22. And now in last year, we have on average in the acute sector, 150 people. We have about 200 people who are community urgent and 300 people that are community emergencies. So the demand for care is growing exponentially. And so we need to really find out what the problem is. So looking at and using data, we're also looking at what's happening in our hospitals, because that's, when we think about healthcare, we think about a system. And so if you also look at what's happening in our hospitals, there's a group of individuals that are categorized as ALC, alternate level of care, which means that they're not in the right setting. They do need some level of care, but they shouldn't be in a hospital bed. They might need a different kind of bed. And some of the people are categorized as AL10 or AL0, which are assessed and awaiting placement into long-term care, as well as those that are awaiting a long-term care facility. And if you look at this, you'll see in Vancouver and Richmond, 37% of the ALC days are attributable to that category of individuals. In the North Shore, it's 85%, and in coastal rural, it's 70%. So really, it's not only just using data, but it's understanding your data. So when we look into this data, what we're finding out is that in Vancouver and Richmond, there are more ALC categories. So as a result, the percentages are different. So as you have more ALC categories, because there are people maybe waiting for other settings, not just long-term care. And there may be also those that are MHSU, mental health and substance use. So as a result, the populations that are LTC, long-term care, are less. But when you look at the North Shore, they don't have as many categories. But then you look at the community's ability to respond, and you find that there's not that much other home support options in some of the North Shore or rural settings so that people can go home and wait. As a result, people are waiting longer in the rural communities and less so in the urban communities. But this just means that there's something going on and we need to understand our capacity better. So to that question, understanding our capacity better. We looked at our admissions criteria. We looked at all of the elements about placement. We added that, we layered that on top, did a demand modeling, and we came up with the solution that says that, look, we are 520 beds shy of what we need. That explains why there's so many people waiting. In addition to that, in the next 5 years, we're going to be 1,660 beds shy. So if wait times are challenging now, and Dr. Grafstein used to have a full head of hair when I met him, they're going to be more challenging. So what does this mean? Also, when you look at the dimension of, okay, you need to build more capacity, it's just build more, right? Forget about the financial side of building. It takes us too much time to build. So the OSA, Office of the Seniors Advocate, came out saying that there were 5 years is on average it takes to complete a project. BCH's experience has been 8 to 10 years to take projects. We have 6 publicly funded announced projects that include Fentiman, which is in Richmond, Hilltop House, Dogwood Care Home, which we have delivered, German Canadian Care Home, which is actually in progress, Inglewood Care Center, which is on the books and happening, and St. Vincent's Heather, and if you've driven by there, is also in progress. The only issue right now is our Hilltop House has been paused. Why? Because the cost to deliver the bed for construction has increased almost 2 to 3-fold from what it was originally. So what does this mean in summary? Our capacity per capita is declining, as we've seen, because demand is increasing, the population age 75 plus is increasing. The lack of adequate long-term care capacity is a principal threat to the system. It's impacting flow, it's increasing ALC days, and it's creating unsustainable pressures in our home care system. Demand modeling says that we need 660 beds by 29-30, and a large component of our beds, around 1/3 or a little bit more than 1/3, actually need to be replaced because they're the old ward bed style, right? So this isn't lending itself to care for individuals, giving people respect, giving people privacy. Also in COVID, we learned that actually having single rooms is so much better, right? For safety, for infection control management. And then when we look at options of providing home support and sending people home, even with temporary exceptional home support, which is now something that rolls off the tongue easy, is actually providing more than that 4 hours of home support a day that clients are given. It's actually going up to sometimes providing 24 hours of care per day, which is not necessarily sustainable, but we cannot block our acute capacity because of the person waiting in the emergency room. So we have to think of system flow. So what can we do and how can we do it differently? In 2025, the National Institute on Aging had a call and came out with a document written by Dr. Samir Sinha, basically suggesting that we need to look at small care homes. And small care homes are just that, small homes in the community between 10 and 12 beds in size, providing long-term care services. Small care homes have shown to actually provide a better place to work for staff, better health outcomes, family members are engaged, people are engaged in their care. So when we look at a solution for Vancouver Coastal Health, we need to add to that as our part of our solutions. The institutions, the small care homes, and within the institutions, looking at them as small neighborhoods so that we all benefit from that social model of care, which is engaging the resident, doing with, not necessarily always doing for. So for Vancouver Coastal Health, the small care homes is looking at buying residential houses within neighborhoods that we all live, renovating and converting them. This is going to take the time of construction to less. It's actually using less capital and it's doing more homes. Not everyone will fit in a small care home in the sense that the care needs are quite different. And when we're looking at the populations that we serve, we're looking at those with frontal lobe dementias. And when we looked at that in conjunction of the 6,000 beds that we have, it's around 12%. So we're not looking at just replacing all of our capacity with small care homes, but about 12% of our capacity of the 1660 or the works up to about 200 beds. That's the capacity of the small care homes we're looking at. So that means that we're trying to develop 20 homes in the next 4 years that we can deliver the service. So this is all about how, and just if we're looking at how this might be impactful to the system, when we look at about 79 patients who are on average temporary exceptional home support, if we were to put those people on home support and the average cost per day for those 79 people is 129,000 or 3.6 million over a 28-day period. If we put those same people in a small care home or a care facility, we're looking at a cost of 38,000 a day for those 79 people at a cost of 1.1 million. So just simply changing our focus and trying to develop the right capacity for the right place for the right person allows the system to allocate resources differently and allow for the investment. So this is data in action. Questions? Maybe concerns? Yeah?
That's great.
Thank you.
Are there any questions either online or in the audience? That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay. Lots of time for interaction later. Thank you. And so I think we're going to bring up Jeremy Ho. Is that working okay for you? That's okay. I don't think that works. I just using the button. Okay.
Hi, good morning. So I'm super excited today to share kind of an innovation that we're leading at Richmond Hospital that's changing the way our patients are experiencing cancer care. I'm Jeremy Ho. I'm a medical oncologist at Richmond Cancer Clinic. So over the past 30 years, in oncology, we've made really incredible advances in treatment, and patients are living longer, they're healthier than before. But when it comes to managing the side effects of those treatments, we're still relying on a decades-old model. We expect that patients should judge themselves if they're facing a problem, that they should make a call as to if this is a serious issue or not, and then try to reach out to someone to have that dealt with. And unfortunately, in the past at our clinic, when patients did pick up the phone to call in to try to get that help, of course, our nurses were too busy at the bedside trying to deliver chemotherapy to the patients in the chairs. And so those calls went straight to voicemail. And so the result was there was a gap in symptom management. Patients weren't getting timely advice. And not only that, our nurses were suffering from moral distress. They knew that our patients deserved better than that. And the consequence of this gap was pretty clear. About half of our patients visited the emergency room within the first 6 months of starting chemotherapy. And you can see most of that within the first 2 months. And also about a third of our patients needed to be admitted. And to me, this points to not just poor patient experience, but really a flaw in how our system has been designed, or perhaps not designed. And when we reviewed the reasons for emergency room visits, we found that many were due to common chemotherapy side effects or complications, things that very likely could have been dealt with in the clinic rather than through the ER. Patient feedback really reinforced this. When we interviewed patients, they told us that they really needed more support, but they were actually quite hesitant to call because number one, they saw with their own eyes how busy our nurses were. And number two, they kind of were resigned, knowing that they probably wouldn't get the help that they wanted. And so this highlighted something that we really instinctively knew, but really felt that we couldn't own prior to this, which is that the period of time right after chemotherapy is a really high risk window when patients are requiring a lot of support and guidance. And we really needed a way to kind of understand what was happening to patients, at home between clinic visits, as well as a way that we could provide proactive support. So because of this, in 2024, we implemented the RESPONSE program, and this stands for the Remote Symptom and Patient Monitoring System. And at its core, this combines two core components. The first is a patient-friendly digital symptom reporting platform that patients can access from home and on their own devices. And the second is a dedicated oncology certified symptom management nurse. And how it works is this. For the first 6 months of treatment, patients are prompted to report their symptoms after treatments and in between visits. And these answers are triaged through an algorithm so that concerning responses can trigger alerts. Patients are then immediately sent self-care tips directly to their advice so that they have some data, some information about what they can do to help themselves. But then those alerts are then addressed promptly by our symptom management nurse who calls them to try to give them the troubleshooting that they need. And so this way, RESPONSE really allows us to extend the care we're providing beyond the four walls of our clinic. And over the past 2 years, RESPONSE has really revealed the true scale of unmet symptom management needs between appointments. Just last year, 369 serious symptom alerts were triggered by our program. But fortunately, following nursing assessment, most of these issues could be managed over the phone or just in the clinic, with only a small percentage of patients needing to be referred to the emergency room. Patient experience surveys also have shown significant satisfaction in the patients using this system to manage their symptoms and concerns, with notably nearly a quarter of patients reporting that they felt this program helped them avoid visiting the emergency room at least once. I believe that this data shows that RESPONSE is functioning as we intend, ensures that our patients are receiving the right care in the right setting and at the right time. And importantly, it allows us to shift that care upstream. So it allows us to stop reacting to crises and manage problems earlier. Our acute care usage data appears to be reflecting the shift as well. Since implementing RESPONSE, we're seeing fewer emergency room visits, shorter hospital stays, and even fewer deaths. And I think this makes sense when we're providing proactive care, and identifying symptoms earlier and dealing with them promptly, complications can be prevented. Response continues to evolve. Our interdisciplinary team meets regularly to review data, to incorporate patient feedback and refine our workflows. And we're ensuring that our program remains responsive to the needs of both our patients and our staff. We are currently actively working on several key updates. So we've just finalized version 4 of our program. This includes improved onboarding for our patients, new symptom question branches that we can ask, and the ability for patients to report issues in their own words rather than being limited to our questions. We're also very busy working on an entirely new care plan for our immunotherapy patients, because these are an entirely new class of drugs that we're increasingly using in oncology, which have completely different side effects than that of chemotherapy. And finally, we want to spread our model to other sites. The goal is to take what we've learned locally and apply it more broadly so that we can improve the care of cancer patients throughout the region. Through Response, we've built something that patients really value and that meaningfully improves how we deliver care. We're identifying symptoms earlier, we're supporting patients more effectively, and we're shifting that care away from the emergency department. But now that we've shown what's possible, I think the question becomes, how do we really unlock the potential of this model so that it can go into more clinics and more clinicians can use it? And I believe that truly the key is integrating this with our current EMR system, Cerner, rather than just using it as a surface layer on top. Right now, working with two systems, having to go across them and have two windows, it really creates a lot of friction and increased workload, and this limits a broader adoption, particularly for our really busy physicians. So our hope is that we get to start exploring this next step to move from a successful program to a better model of care for all. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Jeremy? Oh, hey, how are you? You can always come up here too, Yasmin, if you want, and just.
There we go. Hi. Thanks for your presentation. The program that you've rolled out in Richmond, have you rolled it out to all of your patient population, or are you doing a hybrid in the rollout? And the reason why I ask is because I'm a caregiver, and so I'm curious about your boomer population and those folks with learned helplessness. And
you're sitting beside a boomer.
I know. I'm not his caregiver.
No, that's a great question. So our program actually allows for caregivers to be enrolled so that they can be the ones filling out the surveys for their family members. And I think because of that, what we've seen is that actually the number of patients who are older, who are still part of our program, is actually quite good. About 50% of our patients are over the age of 65. Yeah.
Anything online? Okay, great. Again, just encourage anyone to go grab another coffee refill or anything like that, if need be. And Jeremy, thanks for doing such a great transition, because I think this is exactly the conversation now to have with leaders, is how do we take these great initiatives and spread them and scale them, because that's always been, I think, a barrier in the organization. So I want to invite up our leaders for a panel discussion. These are people that were chosen, well, two ways. One, I just badgered them. So they broke down, Elisa, so thank you very much. But two, they represent a broad perspective on data use in terms of leadership in the organization, right from sort of bedside to those embedded units right through to leadership. So I think we're going to have a really nice perspective here. I am really grateful that you made time for us to do this because I know that you're probably should be answering hundreds of emails and all that. So, so Laura, maybe I guess we'll get you to come up with our leaders and to do a facilitated discussion, and that would be great. And then, yeah, maybe we'll just pull some chairs. And then do you want to?
Yes, I will. I'm gonna, while we're getting that, I'm gonna, okay.
We'll get some chairs.
We're gonna try to create some efficiency. I'm gonna hand out, at the end of this conversation, you're gonna fill out these sheets and we're gonna get breaks and we're gonna talk about them. You don't need to do anything with it yet. I'm just putting it in front of you all now to save us. Okay.
Oh, maybe I'll just leave this up. Hey, that's nice. So that everyone knows who's who. Who's who. Oh, we need mics. So we'll turn this off. Working. Testing. Oh, that is working. No problem.
This to you.
Yeah. Testing, testing. Okay, good. Can't believe we figured this out. Okay. So I've got another microphone for people here. We've got two microphones.
We can share here.
But you can,
yeah.
And
amazing.
then we'll figure it out.
Okay, can I get you guys coffee or anything like that? You signal me if you need anything. I've got you, Eric. We are all your caregivers.
Apparently I need a caregiver.
Okay. I just, one reflection before I get the panel to introduce themselves. There's just such amazing work happening here. And those were only 3 presentations. So as we dive into this conversation, I am confident there are others in the room with similar types of learnings to share or stories to tell. If you know any of them, feel free to call them out or encourage them. But I think the more in this conversation we can reflect together and hear more about the great work that's happening, the better. Before we start, I'll get the panel to introduce themselves. You're more than welcome to share titles, but maybe a fun random fact, like favorite food, favorite ice cream flavor, something that anchors the scale of the conversation with the humanity of the panel.
So this reminds me of always having the last name Ahmed, which meant I went first in school for everything. So I'm Saad. I'm a family doctor, have a leadership role with that mouthful of a title, as you can see, homelessness and supported housing for Vancouver community. Pick up some ER shifts in Richmond, get to work in the ICU with Don, wherever he is, as a CA. And fun fact, I was actually trained in Toronto, moved out here 5 years ago, and I've fully converted to the West Coast, which I don't say too much to people in the center of the universe. Yeah, so that's me.
Oh, hi, Eric Rothstein. I'm an emergency physician. I think I'm the only boomer on the panel. I was recently the regional head of emergency medicine, a position I held for 19 years. I've been the chief medical information officer in the region. So I'm the one you might come to if you hate Cerner. That's what I've been doing for the last decade, is implementing that. And then recently I have a role as an analytics person working with Pat's team in data and analytics. One fact about me, I'm a grandparent, which is awesome. And I have 2 cats that most of the time they join me on all my meetings, and most of you know them. And yeah.
Hi, everyone. Okay, my name is Pat Chung. I've been here for around 16, 17 years in analytics, and I've been doing analytics for over 25 years. Love data, love working with each and every one of you, for all those I've worked with. Love the team, love working with Eric. It's been a great journey. A fun fact, okay. I can't believe I accepted to do this. Today is my birthday. So I'm hoping, there we go. Okay. And I'm like, why am I here? Should I not be in a yoga class or something? So that's my fun fact for today.
That's a great one, Pat. Happy birthday. Elisa Lloyd-Smith, epidemiologist by background. I work as a co-director also for quality analytics and quality patient safety, and also do some work with C2E2. You know, when the first thing that came to mind when you said, what's your favorite food? There is an ice cream place that opened a block from our home, which has been so fabulous. It's called Killer Ice Cream, and it has frozen yogurt, raspberry, passion fruit as an option, all swirled together. And I just keep coming back for more. It's so delicious. It's so fabulous.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's that. Okay. Oh, we didn't really want to use that one anyway. That's okay. We'll get it. Don't worry about it. Okay. There were 4 questions that I sent these 4 people in advance. And so we'll go through them, but I'm kind of hoping we find our way to a bit of an organic conversation. The first question was, the question was the problems being solved, the 3 things we just heard, but we can, like, what about today and the problems being solved resonates? And who else could benefit from learning about what we're hearing about today? So you don't need to answer all those things. I did a very bad job giving you a double-barreled question, but you can choose your own adventure. Sort of what resonates about what we're talking about today, and who else could benefit from learning about these things. And it's your birthday, so you can choose whether you go first or whether everyone else goes first. Perfect.
I honestly think everyone could benefit from this, because it's the concept of trying to learn. What I loved about today, like so far, everything I've seen, is you're using data. I don't think the journey I've had is, it's been a long one with data. When people just tell you what they need and you just produce a report that you find out no one actually looks at, and that happens a lot. So it's great to see people using the data. What I think, I'm going to go a little off. I think the great thing about this, because I was talking to Eric about this. Let me tell you my staff's journey, because I'll go down to one of the other questions. What am I really proud of? I'm really proud of my team. And I have to say that because of the fact that we've gone through a lot during the year. We started last summer with budget cuts. Then the shared services was announced. And to date, we've had people quit almost every month. 2 to 3 people quit every month. We're down almost 20 FTEs. But you want to know something amazing? The team's not behind. And the reason they're not behind is because of the fact we've actually embraced AI. We streamlined everything we've done. So when I look at what we've done today and all the great work, I'm wondering how we can incorporate the new technologies. How do you incorporate AI? Because frankly, for us, we are not going to get any more budget. The fact is, it's going to be really hard to even staff up. My team says it takes too long. And so we've encouraged everyone to embrace it. Even every physician, every group we've worked with, every partner we've actually engaged with, we're like, how can we do this differently? Because we have to. And part of today's, like, doing it differently. So this is one of the things I'm going to actually open it up to everyone here. What can we do really differently? We're trying to do things in a more efficient way. We have to actually take the technology, what we have, because we also know we don't have the large budgets to buy new tools, but we have a lot of things available. What can we do? We have to actually lean on each other and actually learn and grow and just do things much more differently than we ever have before. Not out of choice. It's just really practical.
I like that answer. I think, everybody does need to know about the work that's going on. And I think a couple of things is that, you kind of are what you believe you are. And I think that one of the things is what I see in new physicians is like this real concern that they want to do good work but can't make a difference because things are so complicated. Things are, we have populations are growing, resources are shrinking. And so being able to do something to improve the quality of care you provide makes you feel better about every aspect of the care you provide. It gives you some sense of control. And I think that's so important at the grassroots level. What I think is important for people at a leadership level is to coalesce those ideas and that energy to come up with a way to work together to solve bigger problems, because solving little problems is good, but we have really big problems that need solving. And what I would say is that organizations at the top, they have themes. It's, community or primary care or geriatrics or substance use, but that doesn't filter down to the front line and how everybody works together to make that thing happen. And I was, in your talks, Dr. Vo, I was interested in how you get people to coalesce around those very big ideas. But none of that can happen unless at the grassroots level, everybody believes it's their job to study things, to understand data, to kind of help, push the organization forward, one little project at a time.
Yeah, and I think actually I would sort of riff off of that and say my sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a lot of what we're talking about is value-based care and how to operationalize value-based care. And so, being in Vancouver community, I think it would be incredible for us to have, I think, the surgical services have set up these IPUs. And I think really the philosophical genesis of that was value-based care. So could we do that? Could we do that for supported housing? My portfolio we have to do the math, but it's about 2,200 plus beds of supported housing for folks with probably some of the most intractable challenges in our system. And I think, there is a lot of opportunity to actually be able to track metrics, look at, are we actually improving care? Are we reducing admissions? We have some general data that does show that, but I think being even more granular would be a huge benefit.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll just riff off of you because I do think that the model of integrated practice units is really applicable across the organization. And it, I think part of why it is because it emphasizes data for action. It emphasizes creating meaningful metrics for patient populations to drive practice change or quality improvement initiatives that are very focused and tangible, and that multidisciplinary teams can work together to move forward. And I think by having the information be actionable, the data be actionable, it really does also create that cohesion and sense of community and sense of momentum that's rooted in, it is rooted in meaningful, actionable data that can transform healthcare. And it does so including the front line, which I think is so key. And also very, very importantly, it includes operations and having that frontline and operational dyad to be able to drive change at the system level.
Okay, I'm going off. Yes, no, yes. I'm going off script already because there's a couple of threads to pull on. In each of your, I could call it each of your roles, but just who you are as a human, what do you value? Like, what drives you to do the work that you do? And if it was gone, the work wouldn't be the same. I'm getting us to take a bit of a step back from using data to see clearly and act deliberately for a second. And it's partly, Eric, picking up on your comment about how you get people enrolled in something bigger. So don't overthink it. What do you value? Give me one word, 2 words, a sentence.
I value the interaction with patients. I feel very lucky that in my role, as an emergency physician, which I still do, that work, that patient care, helping patients are often scared, frightened, all the things you talked about. And my practice has changed a lot over the years. And emergency medicine is a very tiny interaction, but I try and squeeze every bit of humanity I can into that interaction to make the experience better. And as a leader, I try to convey that to as a leader, you have to kind of expose who you are to to the people you work with. And it doesn't matter what kind of job you have, as long as those core values, that for me is my core value. And I really value that and tried to make sure I radiated that in all my action.
You want to? We're being very polite here.
Oh, okay. Well, I would definitely agree with that. I think as a physician, that's definitely what brings joy in my day and a spring to my step. I think what I value, at least in a leadership role, is a sense of stewardship. So I think, and maybe I feel this even more acutely because I have a 2.5-year-old daughter, and our provincial health budget only continues to consume more of the scarce dollars, and probably her class sizes, who knows how big the class sizes will be. And so I think I feel this tremendous responsibility to use every dollar we have in the healthcare system as judiciously as possible. So certainly that's something that animates me.
So what do I value? The first thing I thought of was my family. My mother, who's in Toronto, she has dementia. I'm bringing her in the next week or so just to help out as respite care for my brother. So family is the most important, but it also extends it to family. I always consider my team my family. You understand their issues, you care for them, you want to make sure everyone's okay. And just like family, you want them to grow, you want them to learn. So it's an extended family and my personal family, but that's what really drives me. So if it all went today, it's making sure that everyone's okay. It's the mother and me. How about that?
Yeah, I think the thing that came to mind for me is just the importance of collaboration. I'm looking around in the room, and so many of you I've collaborated with in the last day or week or month. And that's really what gives me hope for working together in healthcare, and just the supportive and collective, collaborative force that we share, moving the work and transforming healthcare together.
Thank you for indulging that detour. I'm hoping that for the rest of our conversation, each of you can hold those values and try to respond to the rest of those questions from that place. And I'm going to pick up on collaboration. So I will go back to our regularly scheduled programming. For each of you, like looking at all of the people in this room, can you help us get a better sense of what insights, stories, data, perspectives are most useful to you at a leadership level? And where are there gaps in what you can see or understand? So where do you feel like you currently have an understanding, and give us a bit of a sense of what's enabling that? And where are you feeling like you can't see around corners, or your vision's a little clouded, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I'm so happy for the speaker today, especially Jeremy, speaking about proms and how impactful proms can be. It's just incredible work, and I do see that there is tremendous value, and also with Dr. Chartier-Plante and the work with the patient important outcome work. And I do organizationally see that we still have a big gap. Joyce and the patient experience world really trying to expand and broaden, and we're trying to amplify that work. It's not the mechanics and the organizational structure to include that data and easily is it's complicated, and the infrastructure is nuanced. We're not at a integrated level within the healthcare system, but I do see, even with accreditation, having a focus of patient-centered measurement, that is a big, I think, an area that we could have some very impactful improvements in.
I just want to layer on a couple of things there. One, there's the principle of starting somewhere. I don't know any organization or system that's like all of the integrated is integrated. Sometimes it moves, accountabilities move from one place to another. Like there's so many things out of our control. But figuring out what insights are the most helpful, where do we have that data, or where can we collect that data? And happy to hear contrasting opinions. I believe there's always a place where we can start. And one of the things we've seen, not just at Trillium, but locally, is there's windows of opportunity. That patient experience survey example I gave you, there was a vendor contract expiring and accreditation was coming up. So there were external factors that brought people around the table because there were multiple teams and individuals that these things mattered to. So all of a sudden, having a qualitative patient experience scientist that happened to be part of the organization, or even in the network, to be able to come in and say, hey, let me show you what other people are doing around this area. And let's bring in our patient and community partners to talk about what matters to them, and use that window of opportunity. So I just wanted to give a little bit more color to that example, that it wasn't someone knocking on a door saying, hey, I think we should do this, but rather circumstances lining up so that it was the right time to think about integrating and establishing something at scale. But had there not been, like we heard in the prior conversation, a couple of individual projects or quality improvement initiatives that had demonstrated what might be possible when we have those kind of insights, there never would have been buy-in. So these stories always, like if you trace the roots of the tree, are a lot more detailed or complex than we think they are. And I actually think part of what we ought to do is be clearer about, it didn't just happen because we got people in a room and they had two conversations. There were a whole bunch of thoughtful initiatives and right people coming together to build some of that infrastructure. So that happened to be the window of opportunity that was available for us.
I can probably give an example. I'm going to have Eric sort of chime in afterwards. So all of you probably know Penny. Penny, a few years ago, our old board chair said that we spent around $1 billion on Cerner, but we weren't actually leveraging the data. So what we did was we brought Eric in and a few others, and we brought in as much data as we could from Cerner. And we brought in the clinical notes because everyone was interested in the clinical notes. And we started with really two small projects that Eric had in mind because Eric always has great ideas for our team. And we started looked at two on e-scooter, burn of alcohol. And then we did a few more. The first one took us a year to figure out how the heck do you bring in this data? Because we've never tried before, by the way, no idea what we're doing. We actually had to borrow a data scientist that happened to be from another team because we didn't have one. And then we actually had to bring on more people, but we weren't really too sure what we were doing. But over time, we did around 4 to 5 different projects. The last one was one that we had to do over a weekend on a request by Vivian. Couldn't have been done if we didn't start small. I don't know, Eric, do you want to add? Because you were.
Can I also just, and maybe it's either one of you. I know this might feel a little bit pedantic, but presumably like the relationships were there for you to be like, hey, do you have this expertise in your team? Can we borrow? Which sounds, thanks, Laura, that's super obvious. Yeah. But it's why days like this, especially in the current context of work and hybrid and different sites and being so geographically distributed, it's why things like this matter so much, because you start to realize where expertise lives, who you might build relationships with, and it may not be for another 18 months that you know. But again, I suspect it wasn't just like, oh, all of a sudden at the drop of a hat, let's figure out where these people are. Like sometimes you don't even know that the pieces are starting to come together until someone says we're not doing a good job here, and you're like, oh, actually, I know some people who might help us think through this.
I think we needed an idea. So I'm going to pass it to Derek. It started with an idea and then looking around to say who was willing to come help. And this was such an interesting project. I think everyone raised their hand, but we picked a few people, even IT. I can't say enough about like PDHIS for helping us get the infrastructure. They're not even part of our health authority. There were so many people involved to make this happen, but we did it. It's growing really fast now, but.
Yeah, I just want to put a plug in to say that, Pat has done an amazing job. Her team has done an amazing job. I just kind of hang around a bit. But what there is now is the capacity to use acute care data in a way that we have not been able to use before, and that queries that would have been impossible to do or taken, weeks or months take hours. And, even like me, I can create any query I want using record level data. I'm not trained as a data analyst. And I just want to put it out there that we have the data. Unfortunately, having the data, it's like a Google map. You know where you are on the map. You're not going anywhere. You just know where you are. And so you need the other work that you talked about. I did want to say, you asked about the gaps, and we have a huge gap in community care data right now. And, the people who, made us, let's say, implement Cerner at a broad level were very wise, because while there is pain, there's also connectedness. And that connectedness has not yet extended to the community experience. And it requires, as you say, it requires leadership. It requires this. A lot of what I've done in the last few years is try and build that, because you're right, as a foundation, you can't get anywhere unless people think that what you're trying to do is reasonable and makes sense. Is it important to get the why? And if we wanted to talk about the things that aren't going well, we could talk about our relationships with other holders of data who are having a hard time sharing and coming to an agreement about sharing.
Yeah, I think sitting in community, I think it has been a learning experience. I think with our embedded research program that we have started and trying to learn to work with Paris and with Profile EMR, which are our two systems, and certainly not as sophisticated as Cerner in terms of how much you can collect. But yeah, I think that's been a big insight, is the interoperability of the data and being able to integrate it all into one kind of way, for sure. What was the other part of your question again?
Yeah.
I routine someone. There was two elements to it, where you already have data, however, all that help you here, and where you still feel like where we don't have story.
For sure. And I mean, I think that's where relationships do matter. Like, I think, so I have a very strong working relationship with our public health officer who sits in public health, and her thematic area is homelessness. And so I think there's been a lot of exchange in terms of population health metrics and the specific like clinical services that I oversee, because I oversee 4 various outreach teams, one of which is street health team. And then, we have the 2,200 beds. And so there's been a lot of, I think, rich conversations in that way. But yeah, I mean, I think the interoperability of the data is going to be a long-term project for sure.
I like the natural segues that keep popping in on the note of a long-term project. So one of the things, there's many privileges about coming to visit. One, sharing a little bit about what we've done, learning about all the great work that's happening here is probably the biggest one. I'm going to repeat from that first exercise. There is something special about the way you all support one another and work together that you probably can't see the same way that somebody coming into this environment can. So I'm just going to keep repeating that because I think that that's the magic that I hope you never lose. When people will ask us what we've built at Trillium, like it's been over a decade and longer than that. I have joked with Rob Reed that I was like, better him than me. I wouldn't have had the patience to keep talking about this for 6 or 7 years until it finally started to become part of everyone's vocabulary. So the question I have for each of you that's not on here, so I'm going to try to fill some air while you think about it, is humans will overestimate what they can do in a day or a week and underestimate what they can accomplish in a year. So if you think back to the last 5 or 10 years, whatever sort of looking back time frame you want to choose, the next question was sort of what successes are you most proud of? But if you think about where you were 5 or 10 years ago as an organization or a system and where things are now, what do we need to be celebrating and recognizing as the longer term investment? Like some things do take time, but some things are worth taking the time. So I'm just curious about where we need to take a moment and acknowledge the efforts of people coming together, figuring out the harder things because it has unlocked potential for where we are today.
So my portfolio is actually new, which I always say it's kind of funny because homelessness is not a new issue, but I think it has really, unlocked the ability to take kind of a systems level view of many services that we fund. Like Vancouver community, I mean, is huge. Like we have a $1 billion a year budget. And there's so many different services and so many folks who are trying to sort of serve our patients. But I think it's taken 3 years, exactly as you were saying, just to really understand, okay, well, it is 2,200 beds of supported housing. And in a way that's like the continuum of supported housing is also what we've uncovered, is that you can have a place where you maybe have one hot meal a day, or you can have, 24/7 nursing, 24/7 care. That probably is even more supported than long-term care in many cases. Because we do have folks, with vents and trachs and in living in community. And so I think as much as I wanted to jump into the modeling and, maybe getting into the what am I most proud of, actually, I think a lot of it was just mapping and understanding like what is this system of care. And then, the 2,200 beds, then we were able to establish, okay, well, there's actually 45 full-time equivalents of nursing that we subcontract as a health authority. In some cases, they're in Portland hotel buildings, which is, I think a lot of folks know here, it's like a very well-established program. They have physicians in-house. It's a sort of very tight run organization versus some of the sites, they didn't really have any physicians they were working with. And so that led to another project of reviewing all the nurses and are they working to full scope? Are we getting value for money for these contracts that we pay these organizations for? And so it's like, sometimes I feel like it's like that magician's trick, right? You just keep pulling and pulling and you're like, oh, okay, well, here's another 6 months of my life that I'm going to spend trying to answer this question and if we're getting value for money. But that's been, I think, the fact that I've had the support to do that in Vancouver community has been really, really great. Yeah.
I've been the involved with the implementation of the electronic health record for about 10 years. And a lot of people at the beginning told me, don't do it, it's going to fail. And, you know, I'm convinced that we can do anything as an organization. Implementing the change involved from going, you know, from chisel and stone tablet to, you know, swearing at your computer on a daily basis, that's a lot. And it forced us to look at every workflow by every individual who works in the organization. And we were able to successfully do that. It took a long time. It took a lot of money, but there was a lot of change management. There was a lot of learnings. We didn't get everything right. We got a lot right, enough right. And now we're kind of closing the loop and being able to mine the back end in a way that makes sense. But, you know, I would challenge all of us to say, if we can do that, we can come together and do a lot. And it really is the will to make the change and to invest in the changes, what we need to do going forward, to find those in that squirrely diagram of everything. It's easy to do a little thing. It's hard to do a big thing, but the big thing makes a big difference. It just takes longer, as you said. So I think we should figure out a way that we can come together to work as an organization on those big things to have massive effect when we can make that change.
Just to draw a parallel from both of your responses and thinking back to that network diagram, big things are compositions of a bunch of little things. And to your point of like, we just kept pulling on the, you know, thread and seeing what we learned. To be very clear, I'm not advocating for spending 3 years finding like the most irreducible element of a thing. But part of what a learning health system approach advocates for is, again, think about that THP catchment area. There's sort of equifinality. There's no one right way to do anything, but how can you look at a big sticky thing and say, what parts of this do we see? You may see, like that diagram, social care, hospital capacity, what have you. You may see interest holders, patients, families, caregivers, different communities. Again, there are different ways to look at it. But back to one of the questions, Eric, you asked in the beginning, is how you enroll multiple people in that is when you allow the big thing to become a configuration of smaller things. Everyone gets to bring their piece, their accountability, their expertise, their lived experience. And I've not yet seen a successful example that drives towards collective action in the way that we all want to tell the story without taking the time to do that and let everybody put their piece on the table, figure out sort of either how that fits or whether it belongs, and how we move forward. And that takes time. That takes time, patience, the psychological safety to be able to speak up. But we either have the time to do that work now, or we're going to be forced to do it urgently at some point in the future. Pat.
So going off of that, for us, because I'm in the data world, what we try to do, because of the fact that we've seen so many initiatives, we try to get started in the last 10 years, we've probably accumulated more data than we know what to do with. But at the end of the day, we try for every project to find something that threads it together. Because until we can do that, I don't have enough people on the team. The data gets overly complex each and every time we bring new systems in. We also know for a fact that we don't have all the data. We don't have the patient experience. We also know that there are hundreds and hundreds of small databases floating around too. And all of that needs to be taken account. Because of that, every project we say, what is it that connects one to another? And we don't often see it. And the team also has a hard time looking, and I don't blame them because I do too. But until we can do that, we can't have each individual project going without connecting somehow, somewhere. And if we all can step back from every project and ask ourselves, do they connect? There is a connection. I don't know what it is. I'll admit that, but we need to take the time to understand and figure this out.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's such diversity in the types of data that exist within healthcare. And it's far beyond the EMR, despite how kind of transformational that has been within our health authority. There's rigorous and meaningful clinical databases that exist, and there's surveillance databases that exist, and that's one of the things that I'm most proud of is, and it was in response to leadership really asking for healthcare associated infection data, including C difficile data, which does go from Bedside to Boardroom. Leadership within quality at the time asked for a shift in the way that information is provided so that healthcare associated infection data could be proactive and not reactive. And we really took that to heart. So the way that this data is created is using the electronic medical record, and now we've semi-automated that, and uses infection control practitioner expertise to confirm cases. And that goes into a database that our team has created, and that connects with a dashboard. But also within that database, when there are two cases of CDI within a unit in a month, it gives a flag for the infection control practitioner to take a look at those two cases and see whether they're connected in any way. And really, it's just this shift of developing systems with data, with clinical insights to ensure that we're observing clusters before they become outbreaks, and it's having clinically meaningful and relevant data be used in a proactive way, so that healthcare associated infections can be minimized within our health authority, and that it's not work that happened overnight. It started when I kind of came to VCH a while ago, but we've been building all of those surveillance components out, and it is something that I am really proud of. And the CDIF indicator goes to Kathy at the board, and also the intention of that data sitting in a dashboard is to be used by frontline care providers. So I think, yeah, that is an example of data that leverages the electronic medical record, creates new data, but ultimately is a part of this shift of being able, also similar to Dr. Ho's example of trying to use data to be proactive instead of reactive within the healthcare system.
Yeah, and one of the quick show of hands, if you feel like participating in the exercise, how many people feel like we have an overwhelming amount of data? An overwhelming amount of data. We may not use it all, but it's just like, wow, there's so much, or maybe you receive so much and you can't digest. One of the things I love about that example is I would encourage you, and again, this is like now an over a decade thing. Trillium has just launched its refreshed strategic plan, in which we took a whole bunch of feedback about the sort of amount of data and the noise it creates and streamlined it to 5 indicators aligned to the quintuple aim. One is around capacity, so patient bed days. One is patient experience. I talked about that this morning. One is staff experience. So anyway, so we're aligned. One is around equity. One is around cost. Where we are now setting out is that from the boardroom to the bedside, everyone is accountable for aligning to those 5 metrics. You can pick the patient experience 9 out of 10 is one that we don't change. We don't change any of them, to be clear, but you could have a conversation locally about, well, what is directly within our, so let's say you're on the finance team and you're like, well, we don't interact with patients. then what is it that you can measure locally that contributes to that? So each team is empowered to say, as a collective, this is what we're accountable for. As a team or a department, what does it look like for you to contribute to that? And I think, again, that approach came from so many conversations, but back to the values question I asked each of you, there is no one that I've met that doesn't either say I'm doing it because I love the patient interaction or because I love supporting. If you're part of an enabling function, I love supporting the team in this way. And so I think part of the unifying value proposition is whose lives are we making better, whose experience are we improving? And it's really hard to argue with the importance of those metrics on either side. The last question I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to jump up and put up our next slide so that we can parlay this in the next exercise, is in a sentence or two, I'm forcing you to be disciplined where you may otherwise love a little bit of nuance. What do we need to prioritize together to scale learning health system capacity, which, to be very clear, exists? It's not we need to develop it. You're not necessarily saying it's the most important thing above all other things, but what's one thing that you think we need to prioritize to scale learning health system capacity? Whoever is ready first may grab the mic. I'm going to go change the slide. That's okay. Take a seat.
Well, I would actually say, I think just sharing of the mental models. I think you had a slide, Laura, about mental models, but I think, that organizational buy-in won't happen until we all sort of sing from the same song sheet, right? And how do you do that when you have tens of thousands of employees? I guess could be the example of NASA that you gave, but.
Yeah, I like that answer a lot, and would echo it. I think there's a certain accountability that needs to be built into the work we do. And you mentioned that. I liked how you talked about the 5 things, but everybody has to react to those. Everybody's actions or the work we do has to elevate one of those 5 things. I think that's been very hard in our environment. People, it's hard for everybody to understand how they link the work they do, how that links to some other broader goal. Anyway, I think that would be good.
I love those responses. The only thing that came up in my mind really quickly was simplicity. Keep the message as simple as possible, because when it gets complicated, people they tune out. So if we can keep things simple, especially this day and age.
Yeah, I totally agree with everybody on the panel. And I think the one word that I was thinking about at the beginning that I think also still resonates is like, what needs to be prioritized is priorities. Like, what are the priorities? What is that song sheet that we can all sing from, and how can it be simplified and not overly complicated? Obviously, that's not straightforward, but if there's focus, I do believe together that we can move towards continuing to move towards a learning health system.
Okay, 2 quick polls before we go to the collective exercise, because I think the room having this conversation collectively will be a really powerful way to spend the rest of our time together. How many, on the note of priorities, how many people would agree with the statement that there's too many priorities? And the rest of you are lying. Just kidding. It's one of the things I think I might be slightly off on the numbers. I believe it was like last fiscal year when we set our priorities at Trillium. I will deny this later. It was like, we did a great job considering our priorities and, identifying which ones can wait. And we have 118. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? One of the things we all need to hold, it's because what you're trying to balance, just so that I don't sound so judgmental, is the collective with the individual teams, departments, what have you. You end up with 118 because you want people to have local autonomy and buy-in to what you're driving forward. But the work then becomes, how do we cluster and integrate these? And so again, this isn't the only path, but the path that we've taken at Trillium is being clear after a lot of consultation with our community and our staff about what our 5 corporate metrics are. That's it. These are the 5. Leave it to, like, give clarity on where we're going as a collective, and then allow people locally to identify what their priority is. And I think then there's sort of like the 2, like if it could be exactly the same, so it might just feel like there's 1. But if you've picked something that is not exactly the same as a corporate one, you're clear that you're contributing towards it, but have ownership over it, and know that sort of you're holding accountability for both. I'm just curious, I wish I'd done this earlier. How many people have used data in the last month in their role? Okay, how many people use data daily? Keep your hands up. I'm gonna stand because I feel like I can't see. Okay, how many people, a little bit higher, how many people use data daily? Okay, awesome. How many people, oh, you guys are, every time you put your hands down, I can't track the room. How many people are teaching other people how to use the data that's available? Okay, a little bit less. How many people are sharing with others the data that they have access to, like just that it exists? Okay, that's the capacity gap. So put your hand up again if you have reviewed data in the last month or have access to it. So almost everyone in the room. You all have the ability tomorrow or the next day to share with others, hey, this is the data that I have. If that's ever helpful to you, let me know. I'd be happy to share it. And to build that capacity collectively, because part of, I now have no memory as to like which of our panelists it came up for. But if we don't socialize that and make it visible to people, are certainly individuals who are facing problems where we have data that can help them think through it, but they don't know who you are. They don't know the data exists. That's the low-hanging fruit. So kind of like a loyalty coffee card type thing, I would challenge you to all be like, over May, can you find 5 people where you can either be like, hey, here's the data that our team has. If that's ever helpful to you at all, happy to, share some of what we've learned and understand how that might help you. And just start building that collective capacity. That's how Pat's example of, we realized we weren't leveraging the data. And so we called and asked, brought an analyst. Like, that's how that happens. We often assume that people aren't motivated to change. It's usually that they don't have the capability or the opportunity. They don't know the capability already exists in the organization. They don't know who to go to. Every single person in this room can change that. Every single person, so that you all have a story 3 to 5 years from now about, wow, because I said this to this person, now look what's happening. That wasn't happening before. So does everybody have this sheet in front of them? We can get one for each of the 4 of you. If you don't have the sheet, put your hand up. Okay, I don't want you to overthink this. Here's what I'm gonna ask you to do now, and here's where it's going. In this like bubble, this rounded edge square, you're going to write down the single most important thing that needs to happen to unlock data for learning at BCH. The single most important thing. Your name doesn't go on it. No one knows what you put. You're just going to write down the single most important thing and make it as descriptive as you can. It's not knowing what data is available. It could be like, we need a catalog of available data. Like, just the more if you were to pick up that recommendation, is there enough detail on it that you'd understand what to do with it? So this is what we're going to do. Everyone is going to write their single most important thing. Then we're going to pass them around the room. Okay, there's 6 rating scales. So once everyone says they're good, you're going to pass them around the room. You're going to get somebody else's idea and you're going to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being, I don't think this is the highest priority thing. 5 being, this is an outstanding idea. I think we should put our collective attention towards it. Everything is going to get 6 ratings. You can't get a score higher than 30. If you are the last person, that last rating slot, your job is also to do some math and to tally up what score that priority gets. Then you're going to come up and drop them at the front. We're going to have a bit of a break. We're going to do some really unscientific and rapid thematic analysis to couple them together. And we're going to have a conversation about what this room has surfaced as the top priorities. Any questions? It clear? Yeah? So we're going to pass it around. No one's going to know what you wrote. Doesn't matter. Hopefully later, if you're comfortable owning it, that's great because it gives us a little bit more context. Write your idea. Once we're ready, we're going to get up and just start passing them around. Don't rate your own idea. That's sneaky. And when you are the last person, please tally it up. Once you've tallied it up, bring it to the front. We're going to have about a 15-ish minute break where we're going to rapidly pull those together. We're going to talk about the highest priority ideas. Yes. 5 is high. 1 is like, okay, not a bad idea, but I'm not going to put my energy behind it. 5 is, this is really important. Okay. Any other questions? I know some of you are sitting with friends, colleagues, what have you. Try to like go find someone you don't know so that we can cross-pollinate our ideas as much as possible. Okay. And if you're having a hard time finding someone to trade with, just like put up your hand and say, I need a partner. Okay. Have fun getting around and moving your feet a bit. Yes, sorry. Oh, sorry. I did a really bad, I'm like the worst host thing ever. Can we just thank our panel for being put on the spot? I was trying to like catch us up on time. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Okay, my least favorite part of facilitating any conversation is telling people to stop having really energizing conversations. Not everyone was in the room when I said this the first time, but I'm happy to heckle people that are farther back, because I think this will be a better conversation if we're closer together and we can hear one another. So if you are comfortable where you are, feel free to stay. If you're indifferent and feel like you could move closer to your colleagues, that would be awesome. A couple of things to set the stage. It's really great to see. I had to like fight the urge to slow down and do it more systematically, but you all thankfully tallied these up to let us know what priorities are resonating with most people in the room. So everyone had a voice in that exercise, part one. Feel free to do this with your teams or people. Even if you have a small team, it's a really great exercise to do when you're worried about whether or how people will feel comfortable bringing their idea forward, because it's all anonymous. So what we first did, you're all skipping ahead to the results. That's fine. We're a keen group. Everybody got to put their idea down. Then we got a quick sense of how well that idea resonated with others. And then we took those pieces of paper and first and foremost sorted them into, where do we see 25s to 30s? There were no 30s. Where do we see 20 to 24, whatnot, just so we could see what's resonating most with people in the room. And then we consolidated those into thematic groups very unscientifically. I have 5 thematic groups, and we'll see where we get to in terms of conversation. If we feel like in the room there's nothing new to add, then we'll move on to the next one. But if we find the top 1 or 2 are really good food for conversation, then that's where we'll stay. Okay, so I've highlighted, again, the 4, because I put 2 of them in the same bucket. The first sort of theme that came out is that, and I'll read you the individual responses, is that the single most important thing we need to do is to be more disciplined and be deliberate in how we come together. So this is really about what you focus on collectively and how you work together. The second thing, and these are filtered up in order of sort of rankings, was around awareness and access of data, what you already have and how it becomes more broadly accessible, or how you democratize the use of that data. The third is around what I called, again, you can pick fun at the themes, but please don't. I tried to come up with them really fast. Co-designing at the bedside. So this is both what matters to patients, which I appreciate is not always at the bedside, and what matters to clinicians. So when we think about really getting all the way to point of care and community, it's being accountable for that thread pulling through. And the fourth were 2 that I put together around what I call structure and culture. And then here were the 2 specific theme labels I put on. One is about understanding the people who are using the data and how you build capacity for their use. So how do you help people understand what the data is telling them, how to work productively with it, how to analyze it if that's something that they have an appetite to do. And then how do you shift the mindset and operating system of the organization as a whole? Things like risk tolerance, what have you. I suspect we will focus our conversation on 1 or 2. This is one of those, this is a part of the conversation where I hope I speak very little and we hear from the room. So here's where we're going to start. We're going to start with discipline and deliberate partnership. I'm going to read out, yes, I'm going to read out every single individual thing that got put into this pile. If what you wrote down isn't read out, but you feel like it filters in, sorry, was not intentional, was just doing our best on the fly. But if you do hear something that you wrote, it's an invitation to contribute to the conversation around, what would this look like? Where might we start? Like, what is it? If we were going to take this up as the single most important thing to do, how would we do that? So here are some of the verbatim things that filtered up here. I will not read the what is the single most important thing to do every time, but that was the question. The first is brave decisions to stop all the work that doesn't truly have an impact or isn't aligned to a priority, break down silos to collaborate on the important and high priority work once identified. That was a 28 out of 30. Stronger connections and collaborations between data and analytics and healthcare operations through opportunities to work together directly, which will improve a whole lot of things like data literacy and operations, tech tools, dashboards, et cetera. Also a 28 out of 30. Somebody took creative license and said two things. They crossed out single and wrote two. Identifying strategic priorities across the organization and moving from data to action. So again, this same theme of there's too much noise. How do we prioritize? That was a 26 out of 30. Need to set clear organizational priorities using patients and caregivers as partners, 28 out of 30. So again, adding nuance to how we might focus in. It's not just that we need to focus, but someone gave us a little bit of insight into how we might do that. Culture and normalization, that's a big bucket with air quotations. So whoever you are, feel free to add some texture as we dive in. And then there's trust and letting go of fear. This is between teams, between senior leadership and teams, between the public and VCH. All I'm going to say about that is like that is a day in and of itself. I think it is important. I'm just acknowledging that we live in a global context right now where trust is at an all-time low in institutions and science. So we can let that filter up, but like that's a whole, it is part of the reality and it's part of the complexity that we all face right now. And the last one, that one was 21 out of 30. Sorry, I might have stopped reading the numbers along the way. Shared value of humanism looks like communication, transparency, engagement, respect, and listening. That was 21 out of 30. Again, the way that I described this on the fly is about what we focus on, our discipline, and how we work together. So I will pause there. Is there anything, any edits people want to make to that really high level reduced framing before we jump in, or any context people want to provide about that priority? I think it was a hand. Awesome.
I just wanted to add with that first point, not only is it discipline and deliberate partnership, it also incorporates streamlining and reducing the non-valuable inputs. So simplifying the administrative burden of capturing data that is not useful.
Yeah, I'm gonna, unless there's objections, I'm gonna leave this up so I can like modify what it is we're talking about as we go. Because I'm really hoping I can take some of this into our conversation with Seth later and share the wisdom of this room. So discipline, simplify, and deliberate partnership. That captures. Perfect. Anything else, anyone, whether that was one of yours or not, anything that people want to layer in so we're on the same sandbox? Okay, so my first question to you then is, and we heard some of it, what might that look like? Becoming focused, simplifying, and partnering are all three areas of action in and of itself. So what's something you could do in your role over the next month? I won't say tomorrow, sounds too intimidating, to contribute to this. Yes.
Okay. The room was silent, so
I appreciate you.
Maybe catalyze something here. I guess I would just offer, when I was looking at this question, I really saw two pieces. The unlocked data piece, which I see as sort of functional or a function, and then learning, for learning. And I see that as very cultural. Mm-hmm. And so I'm looking at these and I see them falling into sort of those two two buckets. And I really love what you said earlier, just around reducing friction. And I think that maybe is the first piece, but that actually also enables culture change and a mindset change. So I'll just offer that and see what that unlocks.
Also, if it's easier, if you're like, I'm having a hard time thinking about what I could do in my role, interesting reflection point. Just because I think we all have a role to play. So it's just a good place to reflect. But if there's something, if you're like, if you don't need to name whose role it would be, but like if someone took this action, if someone did this thing, it would help. Again, we aren't committing to things. No one's accountable for what it is we're brainstorming. We're just trying to brainstorm. I could throw out some really like dramatic examples just so that people feel like their examples are less dramatic. I know you have ideas. We're going to go here and then over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been reflecting on some of the conversation during the break, and this idea that having all these data, I mean, partly there's a challenge of how to interpret it, but assuming your team, your program knows where you are hoping to get to, and then to watch the same metrics month on month, where there's no clear action to address how one might change it, has an enormous impact on staff morale. You know, really from the top down. And I'm speaking as a former board member here, where we have these performance metrics that we see every quarter. And it's not evident how we're addressing them. That's not entirely true, but for, you know, they're quite unfocused. And we may have one presentation on how we're trying to change things and then won't see that for another year or so plus. So I do think reflecting on the kind of the burnout factor, the harm data collection can do if it's not interpreted, if there's not protected time to action it and have follow through, is tremendous. And elevating data per se and having dashboards that overwhelm is very much the challenge of 2020 of our time. So lots of data, but very little wisdom and agency to act on that data.
And I would add to that it is the responsibility of leadership to ask the questions you were posing about the data. Who can act on this? Whose accountability is it to act on this? What does it look like? There are best practices from an evidence perspective on how you design data to feed it back to people. But there is a balance between being transparent and letting everyone see everything and overwhelm. That there's so much here that I don't know what to anchor to. And there's some very, very simple things that I'm going to pull out of what you said. What data aren't we using? What aren't we acting on? Maybe what do we no longer need here because it's diluting our focus is a question anyone could ask. In addition to layering on with what if whatever's left on that list, well, who can act on this? And do they have access? Like, do they agree that it's something that is clear and actionable to them? I presume, I won't poll the audience, that everyone either has had themselves or knows someone who has the experience of being given a metric or a target that didn't feel completely actionable to them or aligned with the work that they do, but yet we were accountable for driving it forward. We all have the ability to either ask questions or ask questions about what we're accountable for and how to make sense of it, or to say, well, does this make sense to you? If not, what would feel more relevant to your role that still helps us get to where we're going? So I'm getting very granular, but when we say, it's easy for us to say things like, we need to be more disciplined and we simplify. But I think the more we can break down the building blocks of what questions do we need to ask one another, or what decisions might we need to make, the easier it is for leadership to take that up and respond to it. Over at the end, sorry, I don't know anyone's name, so I'm just pointing fingers.
No worries. It sort of builds off of that, but the idea of having very simple metrics, like if SETA is able to lay out, like these are the 5 key metrics, like we have our UCH mission, visions, and values, and you often see a lot in the project briefings or SBARs, they come through as, this aligns with this specific, we care for everyone, and here's how it relates to that. If you had that same concept coming through in your data measurement of, this is the key priority around ALC, and this project is going to use a slightly different measure, but it is ultimately trying to roll up to that one. And then making sure that the metrics that are coming through at the layer of the project are within the scope of change for that project. So that frontline person isn't necessarily going to be trying to impact the ALC rate every single day, but it's something else that they know has a through line back to that high level metric.
Yeah. So a couple things there. One is, as we think about simplifying or streamlining metrics, how do they actually link to strategy or mission, vision, and values? How do these, let's make it clear and then be consistent in communicating how that helps us get where we want to go, because mission, vision, and values is often what draw people to an organization. That is that shared, when we were in the panel, the shared connecting with people or making things better that often brings people to healthcare or industries like it. The other, I might make a slight edit to what you said, so if it doesn't resonate, please let me know. I think that there needs to be clarity around when the accountability shifts or where it lies. So if it's SET's job to say, here's the 5 metrics or whatever and how they align, if, the sentiment that comes out of all of these is like, don't give me the thing. You can tell me what we need to drive forward and let me tell you the data that matters most to patients or that matters most to clinicians. But there needs to be clarity of when there's the autonomy to define it, there's corresponding accountability to drive it forward. Does that align? The autonomy and accountability coupling, I think, is an important one from what came out across some of these themes. But if you're going to tell someone that they're accountable for something, give them the autonomy to figure out how to make it relevant and confirm that it's actionable, and then help them see how it ladders up. Any other thoughts? What it looks like? We've talked a lot about talked so far about what we focus on, but also how we work together.
I think there's one in the back.
Somewhere?
Yeah, here.
Oh, thank
Hi,
you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just everything that everyone mentioned really resonated. It's what this first line made me think. It's like when we say simplify, it also makes me think how me as a patient experience leader, how I can simplify the data when I'm delivering, reporting this to teams. So data visualization, plain language, right? Try to speak at the language of those teams that we are reporting data. But also I think that the accountability is something very important, right? To make it clear and clear expectations, what is expected and from who. So it's something that I've been thinking a lot, is like when we work with data, when we do the analysis of the data, who is accountable for acting on the data? Which teams, like who? As I think like having this clear expectation is super important, because it's also very aligned to the accountability, right? And sometimes what I feel is like it's not clear, the lines, and then nobody ends up acting on the data because there is no clear expectations, there is no clear. So I'm not sure if other people feel like this too.
I mean, whether they do or don't, it's an important part of the conversation. I think one of the things that I have seen both in the evidence and sort of in the experiences of teams and organizations, is that we often, when we think about standardizing, we say like, well, no, this is the way we analyze and report our data. We standardize the output rather than the process. And I think that's part of what you were getting at. You were saying, I'm paraphrasing and extending that, like, we analyze it and sometimes it's not clear who's using it or what it's being used for, so it goes unused. What if instead of standardizing the way you visualize something, you say, well, what's standard about the way we work is that we clarify who the audience is, and there's some sort of co-design or conversation at least about how they think about their work or how they might use the data. So then what becomes standardized is tailoring the way you share that information. And almost every highly regulated large organization does the former. They standardize. It's like the fast food example of, like, McDonald's makes the burger the same every time. It's like, not everybody wants the same. We can customize everything outside of healthcare. So what if we just started to understand our people better, so that there was a veggie burger, a regular burger, a double burger. I don't go to fast food places a lot, but you get where I'm going. Okay. Yes, Don.
Your first point made me think of two things. Number one, with the priorities, when I look, and this maybe resonated a little bit with what some other people said, our strategic priorities, I don't know really what they are. Like, oh, I know what they are, like exceptional care and research, but I don't know exactly what that means, right? So I don't think we've got strong strategic priorities or strong, those 4 or 5 metrics that we can all work towards. And I liked how you said earlier, two things can be true. You can have the organizational ones, and then there may be ones in the ICU that are not relevant. So I can have my own as well, but I still need to see the thread, and I still need to be working towards strategic priorities. So I don't think, because I think we try to do everything for everyone, I don't think
you do nothing for
everyone, right? Because the metrics don't become meaningful. And then the only thing I think along that is that I think clinicians and probably ops people as well feel like we're bailing water from the canoe. And like, unless we have the people around us, like data people around us, unless we have change management people around us, unless we have partnerships with operations, like unless we form those triads or quadrads or whatever, we just can't do the work, because then it lies on the shoulders of one individual to move these things. So
yeah, which it makes me think back to, like, the gear slide where, like, if you have one moving and the rest aren't moving, like, that's heavy. That is exhausting. Nothing goes anywhere, but yet you were at work for 8 hours, and it's like, nobody wants that. Coming to you next, the point that I want to pull forward from that is, so one thing is, like, make the metrics or the strategy meaningful is so important. And it's actually, when I'm speaking to executive teams, I'll often say to them, like, you should feel like a broken record. You should be using the same words consistently, because not all the same people are in the room all the time. And that's part of their job, is to help people connect with the strategy. The other thing, again, this is not the only way to do it, but has worked very well for us, and I've seen it work well for others, is when part of the how we direct effort and how we work becomes, we don't need do we need everybody to develop data literacy, which was one of the points here around 4. Do we need everyone to have data literacy, or do we just need to co-design the visualization really well such that it's intuitive? There are different paths. Where do we train the capability so everyone has it, and where do we partner and embed? Not everyone needs to become a scientist, but you might want to be good friends with one. Not everyone needs to be a data analyst, but you might want to be good friends with one. And so those are all decision points, to be clear. There isn't one way to do it, but when you know you need the functionality, the conversation then becomes, what does it look like for us to connect people with the expertise and the capabilities so that everyone gets to participate in the work? But please forgive the sports analogy, but, like, everyone knows what their position is. Everyone trains for the thing that they need to do, and they know that someone else is training for the other thing. I'm going to come here, and then we'll come to you, Eric. Yes.
I wrote the comment about trust earlier on, and I realized that we very much live in a global sort of epidemic of mistrust, I should say, at this point in time. When I think about it from an organizational perspective, and you were talking about the cogs, where you might have sort of 2 that are not moving and 1 that is, and when we think about change happening at the speed of trust, I'm wondering how we might create an environment where it might be between teams, or it might be between, as I said, senior leadership and teams, where we create that trust that unblocks or unlocks the data that allows that change management to happen. And we know that relationships are built on trust that allows that change to happen. But sometimes that frictional cause is because that trust does not exist. So I'm just curious about that.
Such a great question. I'm going to give an overly simplified answer, so please forgive me. How many people knew every single person in the room today? Okay, did anyone meet someone new, just out of curiosity? Okay, a couple of you, kudos. If I had giveaways, I would give them to you. So on a smaller scale, not global, I would argue that it doesn't take long to build a thread between two people where there's a connection or something you can relate to. Whether, like, when our panelists were talking and there was ice cream and family, like things about them that have nothing to do with their job or their function. Part of what is undermining trust right now is that people generally don't believe that organizations and senior leaders of organizations have their best interests in mind. And we have gotten to a place, my own opinion is that it's partly through no one's fault because of the pandemic and the distancing it put between people, that we don't know one another. Sounds really simple. So I think part of the two-part answer that I have to that as a starting point is, one, get people in spaces together, in person if you can, make it worth their time so that they can connect, think, or it can be virtually. But the objective needs to be, let's share what we know and build connections, rather than here's what we need to drive forward. Because the relational work is just as important as executing things, but we will over-index on executing. We are comfortable there. We like to cross things off our lists. We like to get things done. We like a checklist. So you almost have to remove the objective of getting something done and create an experience for people. That's one. And then I think as part of what we all can model is that sort of humanity, vulnerability, the need for both building connections and getting things done. But what we are seeing more and more is that the people in teams that get more done are doing it because they've either worked with the people around them long, like there is a depth of connection there that serves their performance well. And so we need to figure out where and how to build that. And I don't think that's something, we also need to create the cultural norms around creating time for that. I'm sure several of you, if not all of you, are sitting in the room having anxiety about how many emails you're not responding to right now, or maybe you are responding to them and you're a really good multitasker. There's just way too much for us to do. Okay, is there anything else on, we can keep, let's make it a democracy. Do we want to keep talking about number one, or do we want to shift to number two? Because we've already started talking about number two a little bit. Yes, oh, thank you, Eric. Oh, you had it. No, you're good. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Just the idea of simplified message from the top, I love that. How do you, just in practical terms, how do you incentivize the accountability through the organization? Like how does the manager of the ICU know that their job is to do this? Or how does the medical head of orthopedics knows that, I don't know, geriatric care is an important thing and they need to, like, how does that work?
How many people have too much to do and not enough time to do it? Does anyone not feel that way? Because I need to learn from you. There's like one or two people are like, I'm good, don't look at me. That's a very easy thing to get buy-in into, because I've not met someone on the front line or in a leadership role that feels like they have the time and space to do all the things they have to do and know need to be done, even if they haven't been told it's a key priority. So that's the reality I'm starting from when I make this comment. Humans have subtraction neglect. You ask us to solve a problem, we add something. We add another metric. We ask for more resource. We're just like, keep adding things. And so my very simple question, even in this room, I would do exactly what I did. Like, who has enough time and bandwidth for themselves or on their team to do the work that you have to do? Almost nobody says, like, everyone is like 100%, I don't have enough. So then it's like what we are now all accountable for is find the one thing that you're going to de-implement or you're no longer going to do. And as part of our next performance cycle, or when we get together in a month, or pick the already existing avenue or mechanism and say we're going to report back. We're going to make a list of all the things we've stopped doing. What that starts to do is it builds a culture of I thought this went somewhere, sorry, of discipline and simplifying. It normalizes that this is part of what we need to do. If we somehow forgot that part of evolutionary biology, that we discard what no longer works, we're just like, no, we're going to keep what does work and add more and innovate. But we've lost sight of the fact that we need to let go. I don't think it's super complex. I think we need to normalize it. And I think it's the easiest way to get buy-in right now because we are all exhausted.
Yeah, I love that answer. So the knock-on question is, well, some metrics you need to sustain. And if you're dropping off things, often we do a great job in the first round, but we have a hard time. Like I'd be interested in your metrics about the survey, like 7 years from now, 8 years from now, is it going to go down?
For the patient experience survey?
Yeah.
That's a really interesting question. And you could think about it, that was patient experience. You can think about it from a workforce perspective as well. Like your patients, the community that you serve interacts with the system episodically, right? So the hope, yes, there might be patients you see multiple times in a year and they're filling out the survey. But for them, it's less repetition and more transactional. I think that part of your question is, I don't think the what are we de-implementing or getting rid of needs to be a monthly report all the time. I think if we build that muscle over a year, 2 years, where people are routinely saying like the norm, the expectation is that you de-implement or get rid of what is no longer working, that will just become the fabric of how people in the organization operate. They will know it is okay to stop things here. But it's that's like shifting the Titanic. It takes a lot. That's a big culture shift, but one that I've not yet met a person who doesn't think it's one that is low-hanging fruit and worth doing. And sometimes there are things, I see you, I'm coming to you, I promise. Sometimes there are things that it's like, yes, we would love to de-implement that. We can't because we get like, that's a top down. We get told that we have to report on it. So the layer I would then add to that is, what does good enough look like? If this is given to us and it doesn't resonate in the same way, either how do we make it resonant, or what does it look like for us to, please forgive me, check that box and do the thing we were told to do because no one cared to understand our day-to-day, or how do we make it our own? You're very welcome. Yes.
Okay, so working?
Yes,
okay.
It's red, it should be.
Yes, so I have sort of three distinct ideas that are floating in my head. One is essentialism, one is institutional memory, and I can't remember the third one right now. But sort of and de-implementation. So thinking about de-implementation, like one of the concerns, I say this as partial outsider because I'm a trainee, so I navigate the system in a very interesting.
You're just a really wise insider.
So I'm just curious what the thoughts are in this room about the state of institutional memory at Vancouver Coastal, because in my interactions with the system so far, and one navigating it as a patient, but also navigating it as a trainee, but also navigating it as a collaborator within the system, that's one thing I see popping up every now and again. But I wonder and I worry that we lose our ability to de-implement and streamline and go back to the essentials of what we need to do because we lack that institutional memory. So that's part of cultural question. So yeah, just sort of spitballing, and I want to throw it out there and see what comes of it.
Has anyone in the room heard the pot roast story before? Whether, a family coming together over the holidays and the grandson says to the dad, like, watches him prepare the pot roast and he cuts off the ends, puts it in the roast pan, and he goes, Dad, like, why do you cut off the ends? And he said, I don't know. Grandpa always did it. And then he sees Grandpa when he comes over and he goes, Grandpa, how come everybody cuts the ends off the pot roast? And Grandpa says, I don't know. That's just how my dad did it. And then he goes, Great Grandpa. Super awesome to have that many generations, but like, why do you cut the ends off the pot roast? oh, our pan was too small. We had to cut it so that it would fit. And there are so many times institutionally, just to validate what you said, where we don't know who came up with it or why they came up with it that way. A very actionable thing I just want to give you in response before we open it up to the room is, it's not that hard to write the assumptions or the rationale when you are institutionalizing something. The objective of this is X, therefore we're doing this. What I believe actually is you don't get to pick the outcome in the process. So if you're committed to delivering a certain outcome, then you have to say, we're trying to reduce inpatient bed days. Well, then you got to give flexibility to how you get there and let it evolve with context. If you're saying, we absolutely have to follow this model of care, well, then you need this unpopular in healthcare, then you need to allow some flexibility for the outcomes that creates, because systems get the outcomes they're designed for. Any thoughts in the room on institutional memory as it relates to de-implementation? Does that feel like a fair connection? I feel like we almost had a mic on. No? Yes? Thought? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I think as you're talking, it reminds me of the phrase tight, lose tight, right? Like where you kind of are loose about the process, but are pretty clear about your outcomes and accountability. And I think that relates to this thing that Andre Picard said, which is we have an implementation crisis in this country. We have millions of pilot studies, or at least millions of dollars in pilot studies. But I think part of it is so much of the time in a very large organization or enterprise like us, things live in PDFs or Excel sheets. It's like we were just talking about it earlier, right? And it's like, it's hard because I have friends who are in the startup world, and then they'll have everything on like an internal Wikipedia, and then that's the institutional memory.
Mm-hmm.
But for us to be even able to get there when you have like tens of thousands of employees feels like a bit of a daunting challenge, because now those friends have, you know, an LLM hooked up to that Wikipedia, and then you can ask questions. How do I take vacation, or how do I apply for this specific kind of leave? And instead of having to, you know, consume more internal resources, you can actually like almost self-serve yourself. But when they talk, and then I'm like, well, I'm still faxing things out here. So it doesn't feel like institutional memory will happen anytime soon.
I just want to check in on time. How are we?
Yeah, like we're done around 12:20, so if you want to take out 10 minutes or something.
Okay. Just to loop it back to how we started today with Elder Dennis, I just like, are there LLMs or written documents that are being in Indigenous communities that are institutionalizing their knowledge? And I say that because we also need to be the balance is the size and scale of an organization or a health authority. Where do we need to write it down? And where do we need those relational connections where we're telling stories, connecting people to it, and creating the ability for them to evolve that institutional memory as we go? That's just a like on the spot reflection. The other thing that I have found, two statements. One, I don't like the term change management because it makes it seem like it's transactional. We're like, that's just our operating reality. That we're in a context now where back to the de-implementation in evolutionary biology, some things we need to de-implement, we're not great at it yet. Some things we need to keep doing, and some things we need to evolve or innovate, which means if we're doing it right, things are constantly changing. We're either letting go, building new, what have you. We could have a whole debate on whether people agree with that mental model or not. It's at least been my experience. The piece that stems from that, though, is in change management. I'll hear when people bring up that term, they'll talk about resistance to change. The reframe I would like to offer you is people often aren't resistant to something that is trying to improve outcomes or make things more efficient, but they are protective of their identity. So if they came up with the initial process, or they're worried that AI is going to replace their job, or we could brainstorm a whole lot of things, I think it opens up a lot of opportunity for collaboration if instead of saying this person is resistant to change, we can get curious about like, what are they trying to protect? What do they think is worth carrying forward? Is it their relevance? Is it the value they create? Is it, you know, we're implementing Cerner and people are resistant because the time it's going to take, because what matters most to them is being able to spend time with their patients. Like, you can always get to the place of what is the value that someone is afraid that is under threat. That is a much different place. I think it was Eric talking about like, how do you get people aligned, understand what it is that they value and that they want to preserve as we go forward. I've not seen a conversation anchored in that way where people disagree that it is something worth protecting. But it gives us, it depersonalizes it, and it gives us something collective to hold on to as we go forward. It's like when Elder Dennis said, choose what you bring into the room and choose what you leave there. Different way to bring that to life. Okay, we get like 5-ish more minutes. Happy to hear your thoughts on any of these 4, generally about the day, something you've been waiting for the opportunity to say, but you haven't seen the right moment. This is that time. Yes, Joyce.
Hi, thank you. So I have a question. I know we're talking about simplifying and looking at what the culture is within the organization. I think that there's a lot of, at least from my experiences, there's a lot of interest in patient experience data and how we can utilize it and where to access. And so we've been working hard to really simplify and standardize it. But I think what I'm experiencing is that there may be some self-imposed expectations from whichever team that we work with around the use of that data must be something big. It must be something that has to somehow transform the program or the organization. And I think that it demotivates people to then actually really do much about it. And I wonder if you can speak more about how do we go about encouraging people to use the data, not only at the big things, but at all levels, that we can use the data for small things that actually maybe not that small, but it really impacts the patient's experience, the staff experience. So I wondered if you could speak more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sort of answered your own question, but I'll reflect it back to you. The first is that small things become big things. Like a ripple can become a wave. And we don't see it because we were the one that put the ripple in. That like there is so much impact we can and will create where we have to be okay that we aren't going to see the big thing, because there will be other big things that we benefit from our experience where someone else had to believe in investing time and energy so it would be better for others. Perhaps that's just a worldview or belief that I hold, but we heard from the panel today about, well, if not for these things in the last 5 to 10 years, we wouldn't be where we are now. So another actionable thing I'd give to you all is like, voice those things. Even if people aren't in the room, or especially if they are, talk about the efforts of people. You know, we wouldn't be here if person X didn't suggest we should connect with this other department, or if these relationships weren't formed, or what have you. Or send Don and his team an email being like, we wouldn't have thought this if, you know, a year ago you hadn't brought us all together to have this conversation. The second thing is that I would ask, when someone is questioning what the impact is going to be, I would ask them what impact matters most to them, because you're right. We often think about population grand scale, but who hasn't been moved by an individual patient story? And so I actually think collecting those, whether via storytelling or whether via another mechanism qualitatively, that's how you speak to hearts and minds. You just need one person's story about, you know, how you saved their child, or how you provided great care, or how you kept them out of hospital, or how you A, B, C, D thing. I think that's our job, is to speak to both hearts and minds and help people understand how that one patient they're helping is now inspiring this leadership table to think about how they might do it differently. And I think part of what we all have the ability to do is connect the dots for others. There was a slide this morning where part of what was on it is sort of transparency and communication. I think that's part of how we bring it to life. We know these things, we see the connection points, but we never stop to make it visible for other people. I continue to underestimate in my career with my team and with others how much joy it brings them when I step back and I'm like, hey, I'll go back to them and be like, hey, when I was at VCH, here's what we were talking about from our work, and here's what landed. And they're just like, that's their big thing, because they aren't in the room right now. But I wouldn't be here, or we wouldn't have figured out these things, or collaborators that I've worked with. It's so easy for us to show people what that wave was. It's just rarely we're there to see it ourselves. We're really lucky. If you've seen one that you created, then kudos to you. But I think we all have the ability to help other people see the ones that they create. That feels like a really good note to wrap on. Yeah? Okay, thanks everybody.
Okay, everyone. Well, we're almost at the end now. I just want to, first of all, thank everyone that's here for attending. I know that you probably, like Laura said, I've acquired 100 emails in the interim. And so I very much am appreciative for all the time that you've dedicated to being here. I've got a whole host of people I want to thank. I first of all want to thank Elder Dennis. It was very good for him. I think it was very grounded. I liked his message of thinking about us being stewards for generations. I think he was talking about being 7 generations forward and for us to be stewards of the healthcare system for that. That was a very resonant message, and to think about what the healthcare system looks like for those people that follow us. I really want to thank Laura. Thank you very much for really moderating the day. I think not just telling us about your successes, but also giving us some concrete roadmaps about the gears and about how we can actually, I think it's easy to say, well, this is what a great system looks like, but actually how do you do that and how do you enable it? And one of the 2 or 3 concrete steps to do that. So I took that from you today. So thank you. I want to thank our speakers who came, both our panelists and for our speakers that are showing us some of the great work that's being done. It's kind of inspirational when you come and you see Rizwan's talk for how do we prepare for, myself from my journey going into long-term care. How do we look at the work that Jeremy's doing in terms of really patient-facing and those people that are at the coalface, and also Stephanie as well, who's taking her time out of her transplant practice. So that was very inspirational to see that. I really want to thank our organizing committee. So I'm going to call them out by name here because I don't think I'm up here. I get to wear my nice jacket once a year, which is great. But the people that actually do all the work are here. So Christina, I want to thank Maya, Andreas, I don't know if he's still here as well, John Ward, who else is on my, Margaret, thank you, Margaret, for navigating the board as well for us, and Joyce as well. So I think I've got almost everybody, but I'm going to ask you guys just to give a thanks to everyone. And Pam, where did Pam go? Where's Pam? And Pam! Yeah, so Pam's the glue that holds us together, and I know Pam was texting me at 6:30 this morning to remind me to do things. So thank you very much, Pam. So we couldn't do any of this work without you. So thanks, Pam. I think just the importance of one of the through threads that came through for me is the importance of collaboration within teams, and we can't do this without collaborators with Sterling at VCHRI. I know Vivian Sum with communications was incredibly helpful for socializing this event, our partners at VCH and at UBC as well. And not one of us has all of the skills that are required to do the work. And so that's why it's important that we partner and lean on one another. That was another thread that came through with Laura's talk. And I think finally, just again, a big thank you for everyone for taking time out of your day. I know you're busy. I'm stressed for all the emails that I have to answer, but I can imagine you are too. So anyway, thank you very much. We are going to go to set next and take all your learnings from the room. So thank you for participating actively. Thanks, everyone.